up, gonna be alright. All night, alright. It's with you. Why do you gotta? All night, alright. It's with slow. Give it up, gonna be alright. All night, alright. It's with you. Why do you gotta? All night, alright. So slow. Give it up, gonna be alright. Give it up, gonna be alright. Give it up, gonna be. Why do you gotta? All night, alright. So slow. Give it up, gonna be alright. All night, alright. With you. Why do you gotta? All night, alright. So slow. Give it up, gonna be alright.
You want to know something that I truly hate, like with every fiber of my being? As a content creator, there's not many worse feelings than this one. It's when you come up with a content idea, especially for like a little joke or something that would have been really funny, but like a couple of days too late. And unfortunately, about 10 minutes before starting this stream, that's exactly what happened to me. I'm trying to transition more into like comedic stuff in my short form. Trying to get a bit more joke stuff in there, show that I'm not actually just this tight-ass pretentious wanker who wears a suit. Hey Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing. Wow, that did not take long.
Silas Kinski just redeemed, changed the background color.
Guess
Maroon
we're changing
Plaza.
the background color. Maroon? Well, okay, you've certainly, I guess, jumped at that straight away. I didn't let you do it yesterday. Not sure why you'd want us to change the background color to one where fundamentally, it's a loser color at the moment. Maroon's really hard to do because it's dark, and I'm changing the color of lights. But like, I can give you that. I think that's probably the best you're gonna get. Yeah, the thing that annoys me, yeah, coming up with an idea too late for the Jerome Luai signing to the Papua New Guinea Chiefs. This isn't like the only opportunity I'm gonna get to use this joke, but it's a big signing, and I need a big signing to make it. I should do like an impersonation of Fabrizio Romano, you know, the very famous Italian football journalist, and be like, Jerome Luai to Papua New Guinea Chiefs, here we go. Contract is signed until, I don't know how long it was actually signed till. That would be good. So basically, next time there's a really big signing in the NRL, and I'm not talking Scott Drinkwater to the Dragons, I'm talking seismic waves. That's exactly what I'm going to do, as long as I remember, remember the idea. Anyway, How's it going, guys? Welcome to this, your Friday night footy stream. We've got two games today, and two games that genuinely are incredibly close. Incredibly close. We start off with the Bulldogs versus the Cowboys. This is a game that is truly 50-50. I think it could go either way. The thing is that both of the sides have shown very good play so far this season and very poor play. We've got the likes of the Bulldogs, for instance, the home team, having beaten the Penrith Panthers, one of the only... are they the only side to have done it, or the Panthers now lost two? My mind slips, but either way, if they aren't the only side, then they're one of two sides to do it. And then you've got the Cowboys on the other side of that equation, who started the season in, frankly, pretty terrible form, but have discovered some really high-quality attacking footy in recent weeks. It's been absolutely brilliant work from them lately. I will get into the teams for today. So, the backs do not change at all. Oh, wow. Sorry, they've just said something very important in the commentary. Tamalolo becomes the Cowboys' joint most capped player today. That's very, very cool. There we go. Yeah, so the backs, there are no changes to them. The only change in the starting sides comes in the back row for the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs in the form of Josh Curran, who comes in to start, pushing Sitili Tupouniua to the bench. Marcelo Montoya dropped from the starting side, but does still light up on the bench in jersey number 19. Aleko Lasimi Jones as well. That's going to be an absolute mouthful for me to pronounce. Comes in jersey number 20 for the Dogs. For the Cowboys, it's Robert Derby who comes on to start in jersey number 22. As they're running out now onto the field. So, without further ado, how about we get straight into this one? Let's do it. Hey, does it upset anyone else? Because it certainly upsets me. That the Bulldogs blue on the Fox scoreboard, or scorebug I think is the name, is too bright. Back in the day, they used a light blue like that. But objectively now, it's a royal blue. So, trust me, League man, Doggies win by 50 without Masad Montoya. That's absolutely outrageous. Masad Montoya, holy. Alrighty. Here we go, folks. I will let you know exactly when they kick off on my screen. It won't be, as bad as yesterday, because I'm not using 9 now as the app. Honestly, it's, hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing. Pepsi Max sip. Oh,
Roaming to Rome just redeemed Pepsi Max sip.
Kickoff. I will do a sip for you, Dean, though. I will. What was I going to say? I've completely lost my train of thought there. No idea what I was saying before, but anyway, I'm sure it wasn't that important. As the Dogs wait in the tunnel there, really curious to see what the crowd is. Oh, I remember what I was saying. I don't know how tough it was to watch yesterday, but it kind of makes me question whether to stream Origin at all.
Roaming to Rome just redeemed head dent check.
There you go, folks. I mean, we've just got started, so... Leaguey reaction if Mauritius play a rugby league game, something along the lines of absolute rugby league. I reckon that's probably the appropriate reaction. Where's the North Sydney guy? It's not like Bears lost today. That's a very specific reference as well. What, New South Wales Cup result? Venomous Fighter, thank you very much for following. Alrighty. I will go grab the Pepsi Max. It's not actually Pepsi Max. I regret to inform you guys I'm out of Pepsi Max. But I've got a different drink, so that's fine. Leaguey, thoughts on the May brothers single-handedly ruining my day and making my day? I'm going to sound like a real, I don't know, party pooper here. I don't really like pranks where the prank is that you said something and then the joke is that the thing that you said isn't actually true. In my mind, that's not that clever, but it was kind of funny, so I'll give them that. There's the kickoff if you want to sync up with me out there at Sydney Olympic Park. It's the Cowboys versus the Dogs. I went to a Cowboys versus Dogs game at this ground a few years ago, and the Cowboys absolutely clattered Canterbury Bankstown. So we'll see if they do something similar today. We've now got 5 minutes past, so we can get rid of the filthy maroon as we get started in this game. Thoughts on Jake Making? No idea who Jake Making is. What did Jake make? I just like that the maroon is actually South's colors. Huh? What do you mean? All right, run here from Hylam Luki. Lorenzo, can you explain to the rest of the chat, please, exactly what it was you sent me? Because it was quite creative, and I want to give you the limelight there. Daddy says it wasn't very funny to me. I can imagine that it wasn't very funny for you. It was a realistic lie. I'll give them that. Chat, we might have a bit of a kick clash out there today. I'll be real. I mean, the shorts are really the only thing that separate these two jerseys. They're both predominantly white with blue at the top. Yeah, not ideal. Not my favorite Cowboys jersey by any means. By any means. Did Leaguie swear? I would, purely because I actually understand the game of rugby league, but physically or athletically, no chance. Absolutely no chance. All right. So up to the halfway line here, the Dogs. Only halfway through a set, so very, very good field position early. Christian, thank you for following over on Twitch. Much appreciated. I tipped. Whoa, we got a donation. I was going to say I tipped Cowboys to win this match. Not a tremendous start for them, but very early days. Dale says, oh, he didn't actually say anything. He just donated $8. Thank you so much, Dale. Much appreciated. I'm glad. I'm very happy that you enjoy the content. Evidently, much appreciated, brother. We've got a penalty now to the Dogs. It's going to be for an offside. So it's all happening early on there. Drinkwater, he has a habit of not really being able to deal with those situations very well, very routinely. And that's a penalty early to the Dogs. Do you reckon take the 2 here? You reckon there'll be a temptation? Yeah, Cotter probably didn't have to jump at that, to be honest. But anyway, who did you tip? Yeah, I tipped Cowboys. And 67% of you over on YouTube.
Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Roaming to Rome just redeemed Pepsi Max
Okay,
sip.
we've got 2 Pepsi Max sips now that Dean has redeemed. I've been waiting for a break in play to go get it, but they haven't given me one. Benji, thank you for following or subscribing on YouTube. Although I think you subscribed before. Surely, you've been around for ages. All right. It's still the first here as they get 6 more. So there we go. Tackle count, restart, Salmon. Bulldogs looking good here. They've sort of struggled for points at various points throughout this season, but golden opportunity to start the game here. They've got numbers if they keep spreading it. They do get it out to Stephen Crichton, but he's tackled there by Laybutt. Another 6 more as he gets an ambitious offload away. The timer, I realized I actually forgot to start up, so I'm going to get that going now. They're still going here, the Dogs, though. Jacob Preston, who's apparently been playing injured, is receiving pain injections in order to play every game, is what I'm hearing.
Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Effort from him.
Lorenzo Thorborn just redeemed timeout somebody else. Roaming to Rome for leaving no redemptions for the rest of us.
That is pretty funny. Timer should be up in a moment. That's been knocked on by the Cowboys. It's yet another set restart. I'm trying to commentate this game with everything else going on, but there is so much happening in this match that it's making it impossible for me to do so. All right, run there from Leo Thompson, who's now had a few games under his belt at the Dogs, sort of making himself at home there in that forward pack, getting a bit more adjusted to it. Burton now, tackled there by Drinkwater and Ruben Cotter. Now Hayward out of dummy half, up against his former teammate Reid Marnie, the man who was coming to sort of replace in that starting side. Galvin dummies, just goes himself and takes the tackle there. All right, played now, Hayward. Gets it to find Jamin Salmon. Short ball. Leo Thompson is tackled 10 meters out from the Cowboys line. Still 2 more to go here. Cowboys have done very well to survive all of these tackles. Watch them concede now. Burton gets it to Crichton. Tip on. Jonathan Su'A juggles. Holds it. Gets an offload back to Crichton, who's come to the other side of the field. We'll just pass to Lockie Galvin. He's going to put a kick through. It's being chased by Inari Tawala. Is it a bit big? No, they do have to play it there. The Cowboys. Purdue knocks it dead. I'm going to go get my drink. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, 1 Pepsi Max sip for Dean. 2 Pepsi Max sips for Dean. No, it's not actually Pepsi Max. They've tapped it back here, the Cowboys, after going short. Is it going to be knock-on Dogs? It is. You know what? Cowboys have done an absolutely tremendous job to survive that. They've done so, so well. Time is still not on the screen. Hang on, I'll refresh it. There we go. Beautiful work from them. Look, they're not necessarily known for their defensive resolve, but you got to give that to them there. Credit where it's due. They did very, very well. That was set after set, and they've managed to repel them every single time there. So, yeah, definitely he's tapped that forward. All right. I bought Tallis Duncan donuts this week. Did he appreciate it? That's nice of you to do. Thoughts on Jake possibly playing in 2027? Trebojevic? That is entirely... whether that's a good decision or not is entirely dependent on how much money he's on. He is not the player that he was, and I think probably he's the most declined player in the league, in my Excuse me, in my opinion. Sorry, I just ate dinner beforehand. However, if they're getting him on, you know, not quite minimum, but close to it, he'll be very good around the dressing room. Cowboys have made an error here, so Dogs have got it yet again. The field position for them has been absolutely huge. Absolutely huge early on. They're going to want to come away with this period at least a try ahead. At least a try ahead. Crichton there just takes the tackle. Literally, the territory stats, I'm just loading them up here on Fox. Might not be available yet. I think that's been knocked on there by the Cowboys. Yes, it has. 68% possession for the Bulldogs. They haven't got territory stats just yet, but it's pretty much all been in the attacking half. Credit where it's Purdue. Yes, good stuff from you there, Watson. Very good stuff. I'll send you a message on Discord when I can. It'll be regarding a video idea for the 14th if you're up to 1 or 2 locations. Yeah, send me a message. Send me a message. Yeah, 14th, I'm good. I'm free for that. Someone asked me something earlier in the chat, and I was like, I'll respond to that later, but I've forgotten. It was something to do with... Oh, May Brothers. May Brothers. Yeah. Oh, the joke aside, brilliant move for the Tigers optically to secure both of them. That's just like all of the talk of... Because there would have been a narrative of, oh, is the Empire coming down? Are they going to follow Leaguie out of the club? All this stuff. That's just like all gone now. You got 2 incredibly high-profile, high-quality brothers who have recommitted to the club long-term. Bang. Perfect. Up to Wire says, what's your favorite NRL Grand Final? 15 to 25. 2018. But I'm a Roosters fan, so that's why. Galvin dummies and goes straight through. But... to answer your question, I think objectively speaking, the best one, it's either 2015 or 2023, but I was at 2023, and so I go with 2023, and that try from Lachlan Galvin just there was on the exact same patch of grass where Nathan Cleary, halfback for the Panthers, dummied and went straight through the defense of a Queensland side, straight through. Galvin scores the first try of this game. It had to happen. It did have to happen. They had so much field position and possession to start this game. It was inevitable that the Dogs had to break first. Dixon, unfortunately, no, I do not. Hello, Mr. SV. Good to see you. What's your favorite song released last year that is named after a male? I don't think I could name you a song that was released last year with any degree of confidence. Especially one that's specifically named after someone. I want to see the Cowboys choke again. Why? I don't understand people not liking the Cowboys. They're just fun. They're just fun to watch. Why are your favorite grand finals the only ones where Broncos lost? Well, no, I did say 2018 to be fair. But the best games were 2023 and 2015. Like they just were. 2016 was very good as well. People sort of underrate that because it came after 2015, but yeah. Who do you think will be a better fullback for New South Wales, Tedesco or Edwards? As Crichton takes a kick here and converts it. I think Tedesco would do a better job and provide us with enough of a point of difference in contrast to what Edwards would do. However, I don't think Tedesco will be picked. I would at least give a lot of consideration towards picking Dylan Edwards on the wing. That's my hot take right now. I think Queensland, if they're kicking to a back three of Tedesco, Edwards, and To'o, there's no good options there. Edwards has played 6 times on the wing in top grade, 3 times for Australia. I think that that's a really good way of getting all that quality together. If Tontravojevic was fit, I'd pick him on the wing. If Jacob Carraz was fit, I'd pick him on the wing. Stephen Crichton, I can maybe hear the argument of picking him on the wing, but I like him in the centers. So that would be my shout. All right. Magnetic, good to see you. I'm doing very, very well. Bro, I literally said that a few weeks ago, but I said Tedesco on the wing, and you said it was a bad idea. Yes, because Tedesco on the wing is a bad idea. But Edwards on the wing is not a bad idea. Tedesco hasn't played wing, and his strengths are more suited to fullback than Edwards' strengths are to fullback. New bottle? Trust you to notice that, Teo. Trust you to notice that. It's all right. I've still got the old bottle if it makes you, emotional that the other one is potentially gone. All right, deep kick there from the Bulldogs. Drinkwater is with it. Is he going to shepherd it dead? He has to wait a long time, but good patience. Name 5 football clubs in Argentina. Boca, River, Newell's Old Boys, Rosario, Central Rosario, Independiente. I think that's 5 anyway, but I just wanted to see. Racing Club? Or are they Mexican? No, I think they're Argentine. Who do you think Maroons will choose for fullback? Walsh, for sure. I don't think there's much of a competition there. Penalty now, Cowboys. Up on the attacking 40, I think that was. It was on one of the 40-meter lines. So that's good attacking ball for them now. Now I'm just trying to think of more Argentinian football clubs. Magnetic says, I might have another rugby game tomorrow. Is that Union or League? If it's Rugby Union, get that chat out of this right now. We are a specific and incredibly intolerant bunch of Rugby League fans. I will take Hammer over Walsh, but okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's your call, but I think Hammer has shown that he can really excel in the centres in Origin, and Walsh's form at the end of last year was incredible. Tamalolo with an unreal run and gets a 6 again. I back Cowboys to score here. Dearden running it himself on the first. Tamalolo's been outstanding this year, and it's come out of nowhere. I love it for him. Cotter now into the line. Who do you think will win, Dragons or the Onion? You mean the pie? Where's Onion come from? It's a tight contest. Look at Hainsey's Instagram if you want to see some content about that. Okay. Dearden. Now to find Jake Clifford. We'll put a kick in behind. It's only on the 3rd, and that was a poor one because a couple of Cowboys had to pull out of that from being offside. Still had a few tackles left there. Jake Clifford, he very often pulls the right rein. That was not one of those instances, unfortunately. Who should I tip? Dragons or bye? Oh, it's not Dale. It's Dalek. It's Dalek Watcher. I think, no, this is the thing. The bye haven't conceded a point yet this season. And the Dragons literally conceded 60 last week. So in my opinion, I think I'd be going the bye. Who you got, Dolphins or Storm? Next, Storm. Purely because I am not going to be the content creator who changes his tip to the team playing against the Storm in the 1 week where they actually break the curse and win. I can't do it. Even though their form has been absolutely terrible, but I think they're going to be so hyped to play for Craig Bellamy today off the back of his diagnosis yesterday. Unfortunately, a neurodegenerative disorder, which, in my opinion, I think he should step away. Not necessarily immediately. You know, if coaching makes him happy, which it does, do it. But maybe at the end of the season, spend time with his family. But we'll get into that more in the next game. All right, dealing with a good run there. This will be the last now. So the ball's going to go to Drinkwater for a kick. Puts it up. A bit of a attacking bomb of sorts. And they're going to contest it. They will, actually. Yes, Lay, but he doesn't quite come down with it. Jonathan Sewer does a good job there. Leaguie, opinion on me getting 7 out of 8 on tipping last week? I don't think that's a good thing. Because if you tip well in 2026, you don't know ball. Like, it's not... That makes no sense. The results we've seen make no sense. At the end of the day, I think we all know that this game is fundamentally stupid. So I wouldn't be flexing the fact that you understand it, because it's way more likely that you don't. True story. Thoughts on the Knights? I've been very pleased with them so far this season. I know that there's been a couple of tough losses. They've had a lot of outs, but compared to last year they were just dreadful. They had no underbelly. Could not deal with adversity whatsoever. Thank you for following, Sassy. As the Cowboys knock on. I'll finish what I was saying about the Cowboys. No resilience last season, no quality this year, with much the same squad. I know they've got some new halves in, but aside from that, it's essentially the same. They even lost the likes of Kai Pierce-Paul, for instance. They're doing great. They're doing really, really great. And it's good to see, because Newcastle are one of the sides where, more so than most other teams, when they're going good, the game's going good. So knock on their Cowboys. This is the kind of thing where they've looked good in attack, and when they've had the ball, they've been able to march upfield. But errors have meant that they're doing a lot of defending to start this game, and it won't really be much consolation. Look at that, 5 errors to 1. Won't be much consolation if they can march up the field, but they're still 2 tries down. Penalty now for Bulldogs. Cowboys being offside. The thing that makes that error count particularly interesting, given that it's 5 errors to 1, is the Cowboys have only had 37% of the ball up to this point. So they've had a lot less possession to make those errors in, and yet they've made 5 times as many. Do you reckon you could score 5 Supercoach points in NRL? Possibly a few third man in tackles or a line break. I'm not breaking the line in the NRL. Absolutely zero chance. Third man in tackles I feel I could do. How many would I need in terms of third man in tackles for 5 Supercoach points? Leaguie Autism Acceptance Month is over. Good. I'm going to start rejecting everyone who claims to be autistic. Do you think Panthers will lose some games during Origin? Who do they play during Origin? Can you please remind me? If so, I'll be able to give you an answer. Do you think a draft could work in the NRL? Well, that's a big question. I'll bring that up at halftime and we'll have a conversation about it, because I've got a lot to say on that topic. Galvin into the line now. They're attacking here, only a few meters out, halfway through this set. Hayward to the right-hand side. Hughes will just take a little settler there. Tackled there by Ruben Cotter. Did well there on the bigger front rower. Hayward now to the left. Galvin has Burton, but instead goes short to find Preston. Gets an offload away, then finds Burton. Middle just hold the ball there. Marnie defending a bit out wide there. That's interesting there for the hooker. Anyway, Galvin put a bomb up across field. It's going to be, I think that's Clifford who went up for it. Yeah, did very well there. He's got under the high ball, Jake Clifford. We saw him score a very good try earlier on in this season off the back of it. 6 points to 0. The Cowboys would absolutely take that after this opening 16 minutes of play, because, my God, they've been under the pump. Under the pump. Leaguie, are you true? Sorry, Leaguie, you are true. I fundamentally have a lack of knowledge when it comes to rugby league. But you are a smart guy. Therefore, I think that that's something where you've got potential. All right. I feel I've answered probably the thing. Oh, actually, no. Sorry, Magnetica said I have a question. I got Nathan Cleary in blues and I don't know where to... Oh, a sticker. A Nathan Cleary in blues sticker and I don't know where to put it. I will be real. I think that's up to you to decide. Probably not my problem, Magnetic. Jonathan Sewell with the ball off the kick. 22 and a half minutes left in this first half. Tom McKaylee's out there on the field now. Jake Clifford did very, very well off the back of taking that high ball in defense. Did very good to get that downfield. 71% territory, yeah, for the Dogs. Already in this game. Already. And 58% possession. That's diabolical. Whole of today, I was watching the 2023 NFL draft. I don't know any of the players. Well, again, we'll talk about the draft at halftime. We'll talk about it. Don't love how the only thing that slows Craig down is a serious medical diagnosis. That is a hell of a point. I mean, it's definitely not the only thing. Watch my latest video and you'll see everything else that slowed him down. All right. Yeah, what does the clip say? I can't view clips when I'm streaming, so now I don't get the context. Clifford to Purdue. They've still got 3 tackles left here. 10 meters out, the Cowboys. If they can score here, geez, what a result for them. What an absolute rugby league result. Dearden finds Tamalolo. Does well. Close to the line, about 5 meters away from it. 2 tackles left to go here. Marnie for Dearden. Now Drinkwater at the back. Tapped on there by Chester. He was hit pretty hard there. Is there going to be a penalty after this play? No, there's not going to be. It was an illegal hit on Chester, who gets into dummy half. Now Dearden, will he put a grubber in behind? He will. Chase there by Cotter. Oh, geez, he was close and he's claiming it. Cotter's claiming it. Peter Goff is giving it to him. Jeez, that kick diffuser was terrible for the Bulldogs. It has to be said. One Queenslander kicks it to another. Dearden to Cotter. Cowboys, they're racking this game.
Come on, the Cowboys. Come on. Come on, the Cowboys.
That was loud. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I always have to turn down the sound at the start of my streams on the soundboard. I don't know why. When I put the sound at the right level and then I close it and open it again and it's way back up high. So, my bad. Oopsie. Ruben Cotter, panna cotta. I don't think Ruben has had a panna cotta in his life, and yet he evidently doesn't need to. Look at that. Beautiful work. Has he grounded it? Let's see. Yeah, I think that's a try. I'm giving that a try. Tracy, in particular, did not do a good enough job to clean that up. Josh Curran could have done better as well. Oh, okay, that's what the clip says. Got it. Yeah, I'm giving this a try. How was the Blues game yesterday? It was really one for the purists. Lots of errors, low scoring, but I loved it. I loved it. It was a brilliant change of pace. A lot of people, as the try is confirmed, a lot of people in the NRL circles have been calling for play more of that style. They got a taste of it yesterday, and I think it's quite telling that a lot of them didn't like it. Oh, what? All of a sudden now when you see slow play, well, no, sorry, not slow play. It was actually a very fast game, but, you know, not the 6 again, 6 again, 6 again, lots of errors, stuff like that. As soon as you don't get that, oh, that's also a problem. You can't really have it both ways. But anyway, that's a separate thing. I was incredibly happy about it. Lots of errors like my love life. Shout out to Dean's love life. Love that for you. All right. Clifford with a kick. Oh, another donation.
Once Ping have their junior development sorted, the other club that will benefit will be the Cows. World-class talent only a couple hours away.
That is true. That is very true, Mario. Good point. I said this for quite a while. That I never felt, although there's definitely junior potential in PNG, I never felt that we had to have a first grade side there in order to access that potential. And although the Cowboys have had a number of brilliant Papua New Guinean players over the years, I've always felt that it's an area that they could have tapped into a lot more. But I don't know, maybe they didn't have the resources to do it, or, you know, they do have an extensive part of Queensland as well. But we'll get to experience that now, and certainly I think that the infrastructure there will benefit Cowboys mostly, because yes, it's very close by, but every team in the NRL, and that's really been the sell that Peter V'landys and Andrew Abdo have given to the rest of the comp, that you're going to have so much talent coming through. Think of guys like Justin Olam, who've literally been the best in the world in their positions for years. More of those guys coming through, it can only be a good thing for the talent base of the NRL. Wow. All right, on the last now, Marnie giving it to Jakey Clifford. We'll kick for about the halfway line. Big ball. Matt Burt would have been proud of that one. Underneath it's Connor Tracy. Good take there from the fullback. Tackled there by Nene and Jackson Purdue. So Galvin now at a dummy half, giving it to Inari Tuala. Is Inari a former Cowboy? Am I making that up? I feel like maybe at least he came through their junior system, but that could be absolute complete bollocks from me. Sewer now with a run. I like that we've got, like, we had Jaden Sewer for a long time, but now we've got Sewer Longo and Jonathan Sewer in the competition. 3 Sewers. Love it for them. Have you watched the movie Jerry Maguire? No, I have not, unfortunately. Right, kick now from Lucky Galvin on the 4th. It's got good length to it. Oh, in fact, it's got too much length to it. It's a poor kick there from Lucky Galvin, unfortunately. 20-meter restart for them yet again. Do you think the Knights have improved the most from last year? Look, it's hard to look past the Tigers. But the Knights have certainly done... Here's what I would say. In terms of exceeding expectations, I think the Knights have probably done the best. Maybe you've got Cowboys and Sea Eagles in that conversation as well. I think I predicted them both bottom 4. Sea Eagles in particular, but that prediction was based on the fact that I thought Anthony Seibold was going to be their coach, not the hottest young thang that the Northern Beaches have ever provided in the form of Kieran Foran. However, it's a hot field, and it's yet another case of my sort of perennial fight that I fight of the salary cap is actually working. Because you've got the Melbourne Storm down in 16th. You've got, the Tigers up in 2nd. The Warriors are up there. Cowboys are up there. Manly are up there. Like, it's an absolute tumble dryer right now. Knock on in at dummy half. Rough. In fact, sorry, it was Luke here. It was called a knock on in dummy half initially. Are you going to watch the Michael Jackson movie? Probably not. Just don't think I'll get around to it. Yeah, he stood over the ball there, the tunnel ball. Yeah, I really like the Jackson 5, but obviously there's some problematic allegations that have been leveled at Michael Jackson. True or not? Yeah. Anyway, Daddy Payton versus beta male Ciro. I don't think Ciro's a beta male. He played for Italy in one of the World Cups back in the day, and so I kind of just respect him for that hustle. But cannot doubt that Todd Payton's an absolute daddy. I will give that to you. All right, offload from Thompson. Now to find Connor Tracy. Joshy Curran now up to about 30 meters out, just shy of it. 2 more tackles left to go here. 16 minutes left in the first half. Dogs want more points. The scoreline does not reflect the dominance they've had in this game. They knock on. Oh, and Burton kicks it deep. Very deep. Is it going to sit? Yes, it will. It's going to be, I guess, the better result for the Cowboys is a 20-meter restart. Interesting. Dean says, apparently it was really good, but the family had a lot of control. I have heard very, very good things about it from people whose opinions I respect. But I don't know. I'll probably watch it maybe one day when it's on whatever streaming platform. I don't think I'll go out to the movies for it. Thoughts on Sania Taruva? Great player. What is there to say? He's a tremendous winger. I watched it was the 2022 grand final next to his brother. And he actually was playing in the State Cup final beforehand. Good run from Deedon there. So that was very cool, talking to his brother all about Sania and his journey and all that stuff. And then you ask, what are the weirdest segues of all time? Thoughts on Dean Pay? We're really transitioning from Sania Taruva to Dean Pay. Anyway, kicking behind it from the Cowboys. Jonathan Seward does well to clean that up. Oh, what work from Tommy Chester. What work from him to force a goal line drop out there. Beautiful work. I've loved Chester this season. It's been unreal. Dean Pay and his time coaching the Bulldogs, I remember thinking, it's such a shame. I've never seen a side, and probably still to this day, I've never seen a side that competes so hard and is there for effort and is in every single game, but just does not have the quality and so just does not win. I imagine for Dogs fans back then, it would have been really frustrating, but you would have been proud of your side, I'm sure. Tap back there by Cowboys. Josh Curran's got it. He's got an offload as well. Now, who's this? It's I don't even recognize this place. It's AJ Jones. It's AJ Jones, the man whose name I said I couldn't pronounce. I like that it's pronounced AJ and not Aleko Lasimi. Although, you know what? That's fun to say. Aleko Lasimi. Let's call him Aleko Lasimi now. What a first involvement. Now, I saw that he had the jersey number 2 on his back, and I thought, well, either it's Jonathan Seward or it's the man who was wearing number 20, who I couldn't remember. Brilliant stuff. All right. Hayward now. In the dummy half, gets it to Mam. Galvin to Burton. Sherry can't quite find his outside man. Can't quite find his outside man there. Tackled there by former Bulldog Braden Burns. Now Galvin on the last will kick it. Pressure there from Marnie. It hangs in the air. Crichton won't go up for it, but does tackle Lee Butt there. So Cowboys will be coming off their own try line now. Oh, now a bit of space here for Jackson Purdue. That's a good run from him. Very good run. Out of trouble out of his own end there. Clifford now will find Drinkwater. Holds it. Gets a pass away close to the line. Oh, and a beautiful offload now finds Tommy Chester. What play from the Cowboys to get out of their own end of the field. Halfway through this set, this is attacking ball. Shifted to the right-hand side now. Dearden doesn't. He just runs in behind the ruck. I would have been really tempted to see if there was space on the right-hand side. They get 6 more now on the 4th. Now Clifford runs. They are making such easy meters up the field here. Look at this. The first, and they're on the 10. This is really end-to-end stuff. Drinkwater finds Dearden. Short ball for Nane. Close to the line. Has momentum. Can't quite get there. Very, very close, though. Still 4 more to go here. Purdue is in the dummy half. Gets it to Tom Dearden. Sort of dummies. Goes now to the right-hand side. Drinkwater. Holds it. He's going to surrender. No, he won't. In fact, gives it to Reed Marnie. I'll do one of those. Lovely stuff. Cotter's in at dummy half. Still only halfway through this set now. Cotter gets it to Drinkwater. Now Clifford, cut out pass to find his winger, Leibart, who does lose the ball there, unfortunately, and it's an Ari Tawala with it. We've got a penalty, in fact, for the Cowboys. High contact. So it really is all happening. This is truly one of the fastest-paced games I think I remember commentating. I haven't found a moment. Honestly, since minute 1, I've been kind of waiting to just settle into my rhythm. It's been half an hour, and I'm still, like, just trying to catch up with the action on the field. It's absolutely brilliant. Love that. Love that. Thankfully, did Leaguie, so my internet did not completely, quote-unquote, off itself in the last 3 minutes.
Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Smart guy yay just redeemed, changed the background color. Maroon for Queensland. Pepsi Max isn't good for you. You shouldn't drink it every stream.
Well, I'm not actually drinking Pepsi Max this stream, but what makes you say Pepsi Max isn't good for me? They've scored here, by the way, the Cowboys. I'm busy changing the background color to a purpley maroon. Yeah, we'll give it that. Cowboys are in. How on earth do they have the lead? This is absurd.
Come on the Cowboys, come on the Cowboys.
Love that for them. I really, really do. 10 points nil here in favor of North Queensland. Look at this. Close to the line. Reed Marnie. Just a short ball to find Drinkwater in between two defenders. Pirouettes away from both of them and gets over. The man who was bound for the Dragons at the end of this season scores against one of their big rivals in the Dogs for the Cowboys. 10 minutes left in this first half. And despite being under the pump for so much of it, their defense has been absolutely resolute, excuse me. And they take the lead. They still only had 45% possession and 40% of territory, and yet they're winning. Incredible.
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Thoughts on the Yellow Delhi Colt owners? I don't know what you're talking about. Dogs are so washed, you agree? Yeah, okay, it kind of depends what you mean by it, but are they progressing the way that they would have expected to and the way that certainly I expected them to? No. This season definitely was one step back for two steps forward. However, it has
Leaguie,
been
someone just redeemed
a
the
hell of
thing.
a step back.
Smart guy yay just redeemed head dent check.
Okie dokie. As Clifford lines up the kick, I can't see it, but I feel like there's a dent there. I feel like we got a bit of a dent situation. Clifford hits it. 12 points to 6 it is. This is an incredibly important 10 minutes now. If we go into halftime at 12-6, all right, it's absolutely still anybody's game. And psychologically, I think the Dogs can definitely come back from that, although I'd be backing the Cowboys as I did start this game, to go on with it. 12 all, absolutely way more of a game on our hands. But the crucial thing is if Cowboys do score before halftime. 18 points to 6, given all the attacking ball that the Dogs had, I think they'd be a little bit shell-shocked if they go into converted tries behind. Very important 10 minutes coming up now. Did you see the NRL's post about the most watched rugby league game on Channel 9? I feel that post is a bit silly because it will get beaten by the men's Origin games in the grand final. Oh, sure. I mean, it will be, but they didn't claim that it will be the highest watched game all season. It claimed that it is the highest watched game of the year so far, and I think that's brilliant. I don't think the post is silly at all. I, in fact, commented on it, saying that it was a tremendous credit to us as a fan base that we're getting around the women's game. One guy said in the comments that, of course, it's the most watched game because it was the only game to watch that night, which is maybe one of the stupidest things I think I've ever heard, because we've had 8 Thursday night footy games already so far this season where that has been the case, and yet none of them beat Women's Origin. I am frankly astounded that Women's Origin beat any of the Thursday games. What a 40-20, is it? Inside, it's going to be a 40-20 from Jake Clifford. Holy. Jake Clifford, bro, he's become such a good player. Just solid execution. Yeah, no, I'm incredibly surprised that it was the highest watched rugby league game of the year so far, and I'm proud. I'm so happy. I got so many messages from people yesterday because I've been vocal about Jocelyn Kelleher and how much I absolutely adore Jocelyn Kelleher, and her performance last night and how good it was. Crash play close to the line. This is such an important step for the Bulldogs to defend here. Marnie's in at dummy half. They're going to the right-hand side. Dearden, short ball. In fact, no, he holds it. He did sort of a dummy initially. Cowboys winning this. I'm tipping them. I tipped them coming into the game. I'm definitely continuing to tip them now. Marnie will just lose the ball there, though. That's poor from him. Tracy to Galvin. They're going to try spreading it now. In fact, no, Stephen Crichton runs back in field. Who do you think Bears should target for the next big signing? I don't really know. I'm not completely across who's off contract and who's not, but I am very concerned that there hasn't been more movement. I fear, and I know we had these fears with the Dolphins, but I think even more so with the Bears now. I fear that they're really not going to be successful in their first year. But it doesn't matter so much. One of the stupidest things you've ever heard, but does it rank higher than what flat Matt Burton said? Probably not, no. Because I think that Matt Burton was kind of sincere, whereas I think the guy who commented on the post saying, oh yeah, it's because it's the only game that was on that night, did so because he hates women. All right. On the second hit, good run there from Matt Burton in behind the rock. They've got a lot of momentum here. I'll go back and read what Dean said in a moment because there's a lot there and I think it's interesting. Hayward now finds man underneath, holds it, fence away from one. Short ball to find Preston. Had an arm free, but we'll just take the tackle there. Now, it feels like 20 seconds ago the Cowboys were attacking. Burton right on the line there. They're going to get 6 again here. Peter Goff signals it for inside 10 meters. Plays it now here through Matt Burton. Sherry finds Bailey Hayward. Must went a kick there, but anyway, shaped up nicely for it. AJ now tackled there. AJ Jones. Oh, Burton's in trouble. I think he's got a big wrist problem. A big wrist problem. His hand was at a weird-ass angle there. Curran now running it up. So, man, I think we're playing 5/8 in this set. In fact, he is. There, you can see him at first receiver. Gets it to Galvin. Takes a tackle. Another set restart. Cowboys have really not been helping themselves with their own discipline there. Sherry just runs towards the middle of the field. In fact, he's broken away from one tackle there. Had a bit of a half opportunity. Hayward won't go from dummy half. Gets it to Galvin. Out the back. Ball finds the ground. Tawala can clean it up, but he's back on the 20 now. Tackled there by Purdue and Laybut. All right, we are still going massively at breakneck speeds here. Stephen Crichton will take a tackle there. 2 more to go here in this set. Plays it. Hayward. Now to find Galvin. Short ball to Jones. Ball nearly looked like it came free for a moment there. This will be the last in the set. Galvin gets it out the back to Burton, who's back on the field out of absolutely nowhere. Drinkwater escapes the in goal. Oh, but he's being dragged back into it. Is it going to be ruled a penalty? It is. Sherry couldn't help himself. Sherry could not help himself. What a result for the Cowboys once again. That's brilliant. Burton's still hurt here. He was involved in that play. What effort from him. Dean said, a religious group is suing a podcaster for using a nickname that the religious group used to use but no longer does, citing infringement of trademarks and claiming that there is confusion of if it's approved by the religious group, but doesn't provide a lot of evidence of the claim. The leader is a lawyer too. Thoughts? Is this the Yellow Deli cult owners thing that you mentioned earlier? Trademark is trademark. It either still applies or it doesn't. If they've still got an existing trademark that hasn't expired over that name, then they're completely within their rights to do so, even if they don't use the name. All right. Madsen says, I think the NRLW season should be extended to 18 or 20 rounds and then Origin played in the middle, similar to the men. I hear that argument, and certainly I think long-term that's the aim. But for now, they want to piggyback off the marketing that the men's Origin provides. Kurt Manning's in trouble here. He's being held up by Reid Marnie, his former teammate. Yeah, Kurt Mann in a bit of trouble. So, Dogs a bit in the wars at the moment. Smart Guy says, everyone go hate on our Rise Stupid Art post. There's been so many Thursday games, and there was a cracking game of AFL on that. That people could also watch. If you don't like the AFL, who cares? It was a draw. One thing NRL does better than AFL is extra time, though. Why does AFL not have it in regular season games? I don't know or care, frankly. But do not go hate on his comment, even though I replied to it. Hate is never the way, especially with something like that, because when you're having a conversation about women's sports and you're disagreeing with someone who's got a sexist opinion about it, you're not going to change that person's mind. Nothing that you say on an Instagram post replying to them will make them go, oh yeah, actually, whoa, I do hate women. That's weird. Why should I do that? That's wrong. I'm going to question myself. However, you can give a sign to the people who were reading it, and they might question their own opinion on it. Maybe they're a little bit more moderate. Penalty now for the Dogs for an offside. So yeah, that's sort of why hate makes no sense, because then if you're going the hateful approach, you just look as bad as the initial person did, and you're not going to change anyone's mind. As it says, voila, I hate this team. I've never seen this team win a finals game, and for the past 10 years, my mental health has been deteriorated by this F-ass team. Why, man? Why can't we ever be happy? Well, you can certainly be happy at times, but yeah, it's not being good. I will absolutely hand you that. I will absolutely hand you that. Sassy, what do you mean? Was something you're soft just trying to pay for a clip? Well, I'm not even sure what you're trying to say there. Can RL clubs sign union players? Yeah, we did it with Mark Nong and Itawase a couple of years ago. Why can't the NRLW go to a 24-week season now? We have 12 teams, double round robin, plus 2 buys during Origin. Mostly because of the economics of it. A lot of those players, well, I think about 90% of them, if not more, are part-time workers. So you have to account for the fact that they all have jobs to do. If you go for a 24-week season, fundamentally you have to restructure all those contracts, and you have to do it for all the players in the squad. So it's just going to cost a lot more to do. I think we'll get there, but I am actually happy, and I know for a fact firsthand that a lot of the NRLW players are happy that we're not there yet, because you've seen so many sports worldwide who have like started up a women's league, had success early, and just been like, let's blow it up, let's have massive amounts of everything, and they go too big too soon and it dies out. We're nailing it. We're nailing the pace of it. Trust me, I behind the scenes have a lot of discourse with NRLW players. Obviously, some of them I talk about, some of them I don't. But that's the prevailing opinion. I think Women's Origin should not be the first women's game to be played straight from the off-season. If we moved in within the NRLW season, we could see a better quality Origin game. No doubt about it. But again, they want to piggyback off the marketing of Men's Origin. Also, although I think this was changed for New South Wales players, they still play State Cup before Women's Origin. So at least on the Queensland side, those players have been playing. They just haven't been playing top grade. It's State Cup level. So they're not completely like they've just been, sitting around or anything. Leaguie on the scoop? A little bit. Won't reveal my sources. All right. Turpin in a dummy half. Gets it out to Lockie Galvin. Burton back to find Bronson Cherry. Rugby 2, not the first time you've said that today. And funnily enough, they never actually seem to have scored a try. Got a penalty now for Dogs for high contact. So 12-6 it remains. 46 seconds left in this first half. Jones with a run on debut. Takes a tackle there. 10 meters out here. Turpin's in a dummy half. To Galvin. Holds it. Doesn't pass further on. 30 seconds left to go here. Now to find Maddie Burton. Stephen Crichton holds it. Puts a kick in behind. Sewer's there. Oh, can't quite get it. And that'll be all she wrote for the first half. No, they are going to check. They are going to check here. Dixon says, so do you agree Rugby League World Cup should stay at 10 teams and increase in the future when the game is growing in the next 10 years? No, I do not. And very, very good question. That's a great point, because you would think that the logic applies both ways. But the international rugby league federations that exist around the world, in terms of the resources and what they're aiming for, are fundamentally different to NRL clubs who want to have a women's team. For the women, it's a bit more of a guarantee. You know it's going to be there. You know you can take your time and not spread things too thinly. Let's see, it's going to be... That's shoulder to shoulder, surely. Oh, is it high contact maybe from Drinkwater on Sewer? Could there be a ruling on this? I'm gonna continue that Rugby League World Cup point in just a moment. Okay.
Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Rugby 2 just redeemed Pepsi Max Sip.
Good stuff. Yeah, Sorry, I'm just... There's something going on in the chat, and I have... There's something going on in the chat, and I'll read it at halftime. Anyway, yeah, Rugby League World Cup. You know you can play it safe with the NRL clubs that want women's teams, because that will always be there. That
someone just
infrastructure we
redeemed
don't
a
need to
thing.
blow up and spread too thin.
Smart guy Yay just redeemed Speed Dealer Sunnies.
There is no guarantee that the International Rugby League federations will be there. They are there for the time being, and they have been aiming and growing, aiming for that Rugby League World Cup position. There will always be 10 teams that will play in the Rugby League World Cup. Those 10 teams are the 10 teams that are currently playing. If it stays the way it is, and those countries keep getting the resources from the World Cup, they keep getting better, the other nations who are trying to develop are shut out of those resources. The gap's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. You are not drawing that closer together. The way to get that gap closer together and actually help the game grow is to get those lower countries involved with the resources that the big competition brings and make them play games against each other. Make that gap smaller. So it's actually the opposite effect. All right. What on earth is going on in the chat? Apparently, Sassy... Oh, yeah, he asked me to say the M-word. Or she asked me to say the M-word. I completely missed that. That's... No, that's not even... So he said, anyway, Footy Bro, I don't want to talk politics on here. We'll stick to footy politics. The N-word isn't politics. The N-word is hate speech. So, unfortunately, that's not something that's particularly welcome here. No more of that, please. All right. Yeah, Sassy, I'm not siding with you, to be abundantly clear. World Cup needs to be at least 18 teams from the next one onwards. Qualifying will really be a goal. I like opening up qualifying and making that more of a thing and maybe televising some of those games, even if you make the competition itself not fully expansive, because then the qualifying becomes part of the competition. But at the moment, that's not all we have, and it's never what we've had. 18 teams is big. I wouldn't go 10 straight to 18. I think we had 16 before, and I'd be very happy going back to that. What's up, leg man? Big night? No, sir. Or, in fact, yes, it is, sir, Eli. No, someone just redeemed speed dealer sunnies. You can't put a price on races. Well, normally when you say you can't put a price on something, that's because you value it so much and it's such a good thing. Not try to be using that with the phrase racism. But anyway. Yeah, let's not go there. All right. Yes. Can we talk about the draft? Let's talk about the draft. We'll get into the NRL grid. If there's a gap between this game and the next one, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll do it at halftime of the next game, because I think this is a really interesting conversation to have. Okay. Problems. Freedom of speech actually doesn't exist in Australia. We have an implied freedom of political communication. So that's legal incorrect. Okay. Draft in the NRL. Firstly, the thing to acknowledge is that it can never happen because it's illegal. We used to have a draft. It was challenged and deemed in the Supreme Court of Australia to be an illegal restriction on trade. The AFL draft, I'm quite confident from a legal perspective, if it was challenged, would have the exact same thing happen to it. But they enjoy their draft and it works for them, so I don't think anyone wants to be the guy that challenges it. That's a big thing. Main reason why I oppose it in the NRL is because demographically we have a different structure to the NFL. Excuse me. We have, different structure to the NFL, AFL, NBA, whatever. We have a lot of Pacifica players. I think the majority of our competition is now from a Pacific island. And in those cultures, family is such a strong thing. Family is important in Australian culture. You know, sure, I'll happily wear that. I experienced that myself. But it is particularly tight-knit in Pacific cultures. I would not be comfortable at all supporting a system that gets a 16 or 17-year-old... Well, okay, that's a bit young. Let's say 17 or 18-year-old rookie out of the State Cup system. And, you know, let's say he's grown up in Penrith. And we then say, okay, you have to move to Port Moresby now to live in a compound. You have to move to Auckland. You have to move to Melbourne, Townsville, Canberra, away from where your family are, because we want the competition to be equitable, so that's where we're sending you. I think that that's horrible. I cannot support that. I also don't support the idea that towards the back end of a season, teams could tank. That, to me, is almost the biggest thing. That ruins the integrity of the sport, where you almost want your team to lose. I like the NBA. I follow it semi-closely. And the amount of times I'll see a post from a team who won the game, and the comments from their own fans are upset because they won the game. That's mind-blowing to me. I don't like that whatsoever. And then also, we're okay for now. We're good. The salary cap does that job of spreading out the talent. If you think it doesn't, look at the number of players who've left Penrith in recent seasons. High-quality players. That's exactly what that's intended for. I support the club with the smallest junior base in the competition. We have No juniors. 3 junior clubs. We don't have our own junior league. If anyone should like the draft, it's me. And yet, I don't. So the AFL is illegal. Cancel them. I'm not surprised they are breaking the law. Well, the AFL draft would probably be illegal, yes. If the draft happens, then getting the spoon almost becomes a good thing. Yeah, it would give them something to look forward to. And I think for AFL fans, that's all they think about. That's the extent of it. They're like, okay, well, it's something that rewards the teams at the bottom, giving them a chance to come back up to the top. But look at the NRL ladder right now. I don't think that's an issue for us. Here we go. Dixon says, Troy Grant said, bringing in more teams in the World Cup will be very financially expensive. They want this World Cup to make a profit and invest that in the future. It will be very expensive. And if you're looking at the finances of the international game, I completely understand that because the international game hasn't been profitable for a very long time. However, Troy Grant has been told to say that by Peter V'landys and Andrew Apto. They are the ones who made this decision. It wasn't Troy Grant. And when the NRL is boasting year on year record revenues, record profits, all this stuff, all this money to spend, and you can't invest that in bringing 6 additional teams to Australia? Really? I find that difficult to believe. I find that very difficult to believe. Do you think the tax-free money for PNG is kind of like a salary cap breach? No, I don't really care about it, to be honest, because I'm typically in favor of clubs coming to the competition having a bit more incentives anyway. It's just a form of that. We should have promotion/relegation. Very, very hard disagree. That would only... I mean, firstly because it struggles to adapt to salary cap competitions. It's very rare you see a competition that has promotion, relegation, and a salary cap worldwide. In fact, I don't think I could name one. But also, that would create even more of a vacuum of best clubs at the top staying at the top and clubs at the bottom being the yo-yo clubs, like you see in soccer, for instance. So I very much disagree with that. Oh, it was a joke. Okay. Sorry. Well, anyway, I've explained why I disagree with that opinion. I gotta say, I saw you say it, Madsen, and I was like, I'm surprised Madsen would say that. Anyway. Alright. I think that's pretty much all I said. There was something about a hate speech and all this and how it devalues actual hate. Yeah, here we go. Azza. Sorry. Okay, I'll mention this briefly because I know most of you guys don't like it when I get into politics, but I kind of enjoy it. Not really unpopular opinion. The government being so strict on hate speech only makes things worse since real hate speech is undermined and we can't talk out our differences because it's illegal. Well, that is ironic in some respects. I don't entirely disagree with you. I am quite a big free speech guy. However, from a journalistic perspective, I am. However, you've ended up by saying we can't talk out our differences because it's illegal, which, funnily enough, is a form of exaggeration, wild exaggeration, that undermines the actual issue. So I think in saying that, you've actually done the exact thing that you've criticized others of doing. Sort of the other side of that coin, but I think you've almost done it there yourself. Smart Guy says, I love political talk. Well, there you go. I think you're the only one that does. Do you think the Bears have been snuffed in some form of way? To some extent. You know, I said earlier with PNG that I like the idea of a new team coming in and getting some incentives. Perth have not had that. They've not had that at all. The Dolphins managed to go okay, even without that. But I remember it being a conversation even when the Dolphins were in. Because coming into that first season that they played, even though they nearly made the 8, the prevailing opinion was they're going to finish last, and they're going to finish last by a distance. The players that they had signed, even though in hindsight we were like, oh yeah, they got Jermaine Asako in, they got the Hammer in, all this stuff. The Hammer was a bench player at the Cowboys. Asako was a French first grader who couldn't crack it at the Titans. The likes of the Bromwich brothers and Kofusi were kind of washed players from the Melbourne Storm. So that was the concern. Sean O'Sullivan and Cody Nikorima were their halves. That's what we're looking at again for the Bears next season, but I think even worse. And Dolphins had Wayne Bennett. I don't think Mal Meninga holds that same aura, actually, at all. His club coaching record is not good at all. He's got a very great coaching record at the representative level, coaching the most sacked Queensland team of all time, and then in recent seasons, the Kangaroos, which is the jobbered sport that is so easy, it's arguably a joke. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of players who are a little apprehensive about going and playing under him. Winton says, do you think PNG Chiefs will be a strong team in the future? If they can manage to convince Papua New Guinean players to stay in Papua New Guinea and play in Port Moresby rather than go and set up their lives in Australia, I think that the potential is huge. I think it's huge. Commercially, coming into the NRL, I did not want there to be a Papua New Guinean team because we already have... I'm assuming that you're probably from PNG asking that question. We already have your nation. You're all, well, almost all rugby league fans. That market is already captured. And I think you're the most passionate rugby league fans in the world. But with it being confirmed and all that, I'm supporting it for sure. And I love to see those fans get rewarded. I don't think I have been, in my lifetime, at least in club level, more excited about the scenes that we're going to be seeing. I think it's huge. How will PNG go after the 10 years of tax-free? It is impossible to predict anything 10 years in the future in the game of rugby league, but I think that there's a real possibility that they only last 10 years. And I know that's very much in contrast to what I just said about the scenes that we're going to see, but I think we're going to see that in the first few years. I think potentially it could go one of two ways. Either it really has a positive impact on the country. My dad actually said the other day, with a guy like Leaguie signing, talk about issues of, say, domestic violence in Papua New Guinea. That's quite a big issue there. Jerome Leaguie coming out in a PNG Chiefs jersey and, say, doing a marketing campaign saying, don't hit your missus, that's infinitely more effective than any government ad that they could possibly do. From that perspective, could be massive for them. Could be absolutely huge, and they could stay there. Other way around, I think it's going to be a huge point for Australian governments to campaign on the fact that the Labor government agreed for 10 years to spend taxpayer money on an NRL team in a foreign nation. And I think that we could see that get revoked at the first possible opportunity, which could then undermine the entire financial support that the club has. Chiefs will be an early success, but I am skeptical on whether it could stand on its own 2 feet once a 10-year deal expires and PNG is a developing country. Exactly what I just said. Do you think Bears will do good? Not to start with, no. I think they'll... I'd be tipping them for the spoon at the moment for next year. 10 years in the future, Cherry Evans will still be playing, and he'll be at, the Melbourne Storm or something, for all we know. Do you think Mamaninga's Bears coaching career will go as well as his political career? Well, that's a very low bar. I think it might go slightly better than that. He might actually win a couple of games, but no, I don't think it's going to go good. Can you wear sunnies again? I can if someone redeems it. All the field position, all the possession, all the penalties, all the 6 against, but no attack. This team pisses me off. That's exactly what it's been for the Bulldogs to start this game. 12 points to 6 it is. They're down to converted tries. The Cowboys run out back onto this field out there at Olympic Park. Canterbury, it's really interesting. I often find myself saying this coming to the second halves of games because they've done the right things in terms of getting the ball down the right end of the field. That weight of possession and all the defending the Cowboys had to do could then at the back end of this game come back to help the Dogs and they get a win. On the other hand, I don't think that will happen. I think the Cowboys are so incredibly inspired, and much of the reason why the Bulldogs were down the Cowboys' end was because of the Cowboys, because of errors they were making. I don't necessarily think the Bulldogs did much that was that good. Thank you for following. Definitely not Tanny. So yeah, I would be tipping Cowboys to continue with this one. Thoughts on Tigers this year with Benji and chance of the W, you think? W this week for Tigers? I think I've tipped Cronulla, but that's such a 50-50 game. We've got so many of those this year. But Tigers this year with Benji's been great to see. We saw a real cultural revolution with the Dogs in recent seasons. Before that, it was the Warriors. The Tigers are the most recent team to really have that, and it's great. I love that. Or you mean Tigers winning the premiership this season? No. Not very high. I reckon maybe a 2 or 3% chance. Kick there from Jake Clifford to get us started for this second half. Bowden catches it. Now finds the charging Jones off the kick. He's been really lively to start this game. Do you think Broncos can win tomorrow? 100% I think they can win tomorrow. I'm not comfortable whatsoever. It's a great litmus test for the Sydney Roosters, I think. Reece Walsh is back. Patrick Carrigan's back. But if the Roosters are a serious team, we've got to be beating clubs like the Broncos at home. Or maybe not got to, but, we'd be expected to. So we'll see how we go. And yes, I'll watch the Miami GP for sure. All right. Thoughts on me going to watch the Broncos demolish the Roosters tomorrow? Well, we'll see. We'll see. I won't be watching that game live, unfortunately. I can't. All right. On the last here, though, we haven't got a tackle count. You know how sometimes you just know that it's the last? Like, I didn't watch that set, actually, at all. I was reading the chat, and yet somehow the rhythm of it, I was like, yeah, this will be the last play now. Bears are still on top in the cup. That's incredibly impressive, given that they don't have an affiliate NRL team. Penrith winning the comp this year, sorry to spoil it. Hey, they were my tip to start the season, and they're my tip now. But they got to play someone on grand final day. All right. Good run there from, I think that's Tommy McKaylee there. So if Golden Gate times at you and he did it tomorrow, that's bad omenry. That's very bad omenry. It'll be before, dinner will be before the game kicks off, but I'll still be cleaning up when the game starts. Where do you think Cronulla will finish this season? At the moment, they'd take a finals finish of any sort. Very disappointing. I tipped them quite comfortably to make the 8. All right, good kick there from Tommy Dearden there on the last. Tuala takes it and goes straight to ground. I didn't see anyone confirming or denying what I said earlier. But Anari Tuala, is he a former Cowboy? Yes, he is. 18 games for the Cowboys back in 2017 to 2019. Ball knowledge as he runs it up there. It's my birthday today. Cowboys have to choke. They have to. Who do you support, Kent? I've probably asked you before, but apologies, I have forgotten. But happy birthday. I'm incredibly flattered that you're spending your birthday evening watching my stream. That really does mean a lot to me. Tupanua now up over the 40. Brilliant run from him. That's a solid 20 meters easily there from Satili. So good from him. Kick on the last again. We still don't have a tackle count out, but Burton sticks it up in the air. Underneath it is going to be a tap back from Rogers Sherry. Still the last here. Dogs have got it. Spreading it now to find Galvin. Curran. They've got numbers out here. Stephen Crichton holds it. Can't get enough lead back in field at first half asking. Gets it out wide to Tuala, who knocks it on. I mean, look, that's ad-lib footy, but execution was poor. We're going to get a captain's challenge here. Nene's down. No, in fact, it's not going to be a challenge. I think it's just that Nene's down. Cam Serrato just said he liked our first half and wants us to continue playing like this. We are so finished, man. Really? He said that? Holy. Eli, I did. And we'll talk about it more in game 2. I'm conflicted about it. Because on one hand, my reaction was like, just spend time with your family, dude. Spend time with your family, because with something like that, you never know the rate at which it's gonna decline. You never know how long you're gonna be cognitively there, and I'm someone who has not had a heap of experience with it, to be fair, but I'm starting to have some experiences with grandparents and such who are getting a bit forgetful. And it's not pretty. So, yeah. Oh, jeez, they do a late offload back there from the Cowboys. It's awful. I think Bulldogs are claiming it here. They're saying knock on. Oh, Nene's off and is holding that arm. Oh, that could have origin ramifications. We've got a captain's challenge now here from the Dogs, which I think they might win. Critter is a top 3 overrated player in the comp. I'm so sorry to say he's just got nothing since that one game against Canberra. Well, he certainly did very well against Canberra in that one game. I was there for it. He's solid in the areas that go a little bit unspoken. But I will give you the fact that he isn't the tallest, he isn't the fastest, he isn't the strongest. I think it's just knocked on by Jones, to be honest. I think Bellamy will be forced to resign if his condition gets worse. It's hard for me to comment on, not knowing exactly the nature of it. They did say that it won't impact his ability to coach in the immediate future, and I can't help but think that there's no situation in which the Melbourne Storm force Craig Bellamy to do anything. However, I do wonder if there's a point where they kind of make a call on what's best for him in his future. Yeah, it's going to be an unsuccessful challenge by the Dogs, unfortunately. AJ Jones has been incredible to start this game on debut, but unfortunately, Captain's Challenge Day goes wrong for him. Magnetic, no world in which he gets sacked. No world in which he gets sacked. Watching my grandfather slowly forget me genuinely was one of the worst pains I've been through. Yeah, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. And while we're a long way away from that with Craig Bellamy, he's very lucid, evidently. Let's say, for argument's sake, that there's 5 years left of that lucidity for him. I've pulled that number out of absolutely nowhere, but just for argument's sake, let's say that. If he spends 3 of them, 24/7, week in, week out, coaching the Melbourne Storm, I think there could be elements of regret about them. But on the other hand, if it's what makes him happy, do what makes you happy, dude. But I don't think that's the case for him, because for so long there's been talk of, will he go on again next year, you know, year on year, and then he inevitably extends, so yeah. He doesn't have dementia, no, TGS, at least not that I know of. He's been diagnosed with a neurodegenerative disorder, a neurological condition that will get worse over time. I don't know what specifically it is. I don't think that information is public. I think if they don't find a good successor to Bellamy, it could mean the end of the Storm. I mean, yeah, I'd be giving Billy Slater that job immediately. Well, not, okay, as soon as Bellamy's gone, yeah, Slater's coach. Smith could do a good job of it, but I think I think Slater has more runs on the board, obviously being a very successful Queensland Origin winning coach. Can you imagine? I mean, shout out to those of my vintage in this chat right now. Imagine, like, next year, a Melbourne Storm side, Billy Slater head coach, Cameron Smith assistant coach, Cooper Cronk in as a consulting role, although I think he's just going to want to do what he does with Fox. Jesse Bromwich, get him in there. Like, holy, man. Like, that is vibey. That is vibey. We're getting old. PNG signed Dez. I find that hard to believe, given that Willie Peters is going to be their head coach. All right, kick now from Clifford. What if they have signed Dez? What have they signed him to do? Oh, I think it's been knocked on there, has it, by the Dogs? No, it was backed by the Cowboys. Jeez, Cotter got close. Got very close. Dangerous with Cowboys. I think if they get the next try, they're almost home. Let's see that. Yeah, I thought Tracy got a touch there, but anyway. Oh, Des nuts. Yeah, that didn't really work, did it? Yikes. What if Slater wants to stay as Origin coach? Well, if he wants to stay as Origin coach, sure, he can do it, but I doubt that will be the case. No way, Lorenzo. That's crazy. You know what? I saw this. Rob Toya came out and said that he doesn't think he deserves to be picked for State of Origin, and he thinks he's had a slow start to the year. That blows my mind. It really does. I have never been more in love with Robert Toya than I have in recent weeks. I think he's outstanding. His defensive decision-making is top class. He's destructive. He gets stuff going for us, gets tries. The amount of try assists he gets, Mark Nwangani-Tuase, is brilliant. I was shocked by that, but what an elite mentality to have. Eli says, isn't Smith under contract with the Broncos for 3 years? I believe so, but as an assistant... Oh, no, actually, sorry, yeah. If you were going assistant to head coach, I think you could break that contract. Maybe assistant to assistant, he wouldn't be able to. But I do wonder if... I mean... This would be a little bit tin pot Mickey Mouse from us, but if the Brisbane Broncos are like, look, you're a Melbourne Storm legend, that's all right. Go do your thing at the Storm. I think Checker will probably be the next coach of the Roosters. I don't think so. I don't think we're going to sack Trent Robinson anytime soon. Do you think Rob Toy is creamy like apple pie on a Sunday? I don't. As Cowboys die with the ball there, about 15 meters out from the Dogs line, I think that there's time and a place to call a player creamy like apple pie on a Sunday, but that's not what Rob Toya is. Rob Toya is destructive, and yet he always gets the job done, like spicy buttermilk chicken wings from Coles on any given random Thursday night at 10 p.m. Off the back of coming back from Mooseheads. That's what Robert Toya is, and I love him for it. All right, unforced error there. Leo Thompson, the man who knocked it on, really hasn't shown the form that I thought he'd be able to deliver at the Dogs. I know he's been out injured, at least to start the season, but I thought he'd be the man to come to the Dogs and say, here we go, boys. The big man's now in the house. Let me take you on my back. Let's go do something special. I wonder if quite a bit of what the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs are struggling with sort of comes off the back of them not having that go forward. Do you think Rob Toy is destructive like the RAF on a World War II Sunday? I'll give him that. I'll give him that. I know you don't like swearing in your chat, so I'll say it in Arabic. I don't really care that much about swearing in my chat. I'm just not going to say it out loud. You can swear all you want. Creamy Reamy has gone sour creamy. Sour creamy is injured creamy Reamy. We don't need to call him Creamy Reamy. Just call him Jacreem Buller, bro. It's fine. All right. Run here from Chester. Into the line. About 25 meters out. Halfway through this set. This will be the third now. Drink water. Oh, good work from Tupanur out of dummy half. Starts that momentum. Gets it to Marnie. Rushing defense here from the Bulldogs outside. They did well there. Only conceded about 3 meters on that run. All right, Lorenzo. Sounds good to me. McKaylee now with a run. So they got one more to go here on the 10th. On the 10th? That's not a tackle count. On the 10. Drinkwater kicks in behind. Oh, that's angled beautifully, but Tuala knocks it dead. Good work there from Minari. So they force a goal line dropout. Do you think Stags will be picked for Origin Game 1? Well, I did a selection roundtable with the SC Experience, Big Legs, and Random Stats Guide the other day. And I personally had Tony Staggs on my bench for New South Wales in one of the 18 or 19 jerseys. I don't think he'll start in the side, no. Oh, Massey called him Creamy Reamy? No, fair enough then. No, that's all good. Let's go with Massey's idea over mine. Massey deserves that credit. Beautiful pass for Dita to Lukey. Was he hit high there potentially by Matt Burton? Anyway, they nearly scored off that. Next try in this game is massively important. Can the Cowboys get it here? Short ball to find Jake Clifford running into the line. Rano for New South Wales half? No. No chance. All right, now in the hands of Dearden. Gets to Tom McKaylee. Hasn't scored a try yet in his NRL career. Won't score one there. Tried to get an offload away. Couldn't quite manage it. Marnie at dummy half. Short ball to Matt Lodge. Close. Crash play. Can't get there, though. It's close. Now Marnie. Back to find Tommy Dearden. Doesn't quite feign a kick. In fact, we'll just take the tackle there. So it's going to be left to Drinkwater and Clifford on the last. In fact, Drinkwater's in a dummy half. From dummy half, puts a bomb up. Interesting one. Purdue goes up for it. I think Critter has done very well to get that. It was not the best attacking set we've seen from the Cowboys so far, but work is not done. Oof. Shoulder for Nene. Re-injuring the same shoulder he had a Rico on. That could put him out for Origin. As the Cowboys now concede a penalty, and with the crowd going up, do you sense a bit of a momentum change right there? No, Eli, he's right. Stags should not start. As a Queenslander, he is right. I would be perfectly happy with him starting. But I have Latrell and Stephen Crichton in my centres. Unfortunately, you don't have 3 centres in your side. Cowboys got another in them. I think Doggies will stay at 6. I don't think Doggies will stay at 6. But I do think Cowboys will get another. Thoughts on Dewey for Blues 14? I don't mind it. He's versatile. However, I think there's one guy who's been in that role for a while and does that 14 role week in, week out at club level, specializes in it. His name is C. Watson. As you know, he's my favorite player in the world. So I'm picking him. Even though Dewey's form has been better, I think that the specific role that it requires Watson is specific to. All right. Galvin with a bomb, trying to find Anari Tuala. He goes up for it along with Laybutt. Oh, and the Bulldogs are going to score here through Josh Curran out of absolutely nothing. A tap back there from the Dogs. They have not looked likely since Lockie Galvin dummy close to the line and went over, but the Dogs are in and we're about to be leveled up. Beautiful stuff from Josh Curran. He had an absolute nightmare the other week playing in the centres, but the man with the Indigenous headgear going to the Perth Bears next season gets a very opportune try there. They went up for it. It was a bomb off the back of Lockie Galvin, and Ari Tuala was the man who went up for it. I don't know if it was... No, it wasn't Tuala locking it back. In fact, it was Laybutt knocking it on. And Josh Curran, it just lands perfectly for him. Thoughts on rumours of Watson maybe moving to the Mighty Bears? I think it makes sense for everyone involved, unfortunately. I would have loved Connor Watson to be the Roosters hooker. Starting there, we have Uelu off the bench. Watson transitions to playing lock towards the back end of the game. And I wonder if... because Watson's form was so good last season, I wonder if we would have maybe not signed Reece Robson if we had known how good Watson was going to be. But I love Robson, and I know that I'm going to grow to continue to love Robson. He's a specialist 9, and I think he's doing a tremendous job to start for the Roosters. Issue is, we have Benaya Uelu at the club, and I think he's one of the most gifted young 9s in the competition. I wouldn't swap him for any young 9 at any other club. That includes Talon De Silva, and like anyone you can name. I'm taking Benaya. I think he's so crafty. Try is confirmed, by the way. So I just think it makes sense, you know, spread out the salary cap. It's going to be another one of these things where the Roosters lose an Origin player, replace him with a homegrown talent, and everyone's like, oh, the Roosters are over the cap. And yeah, but anyway, it happens. So yeah, I think that's probably the way it's got to happen. Eli says, Critter looked like he was a rando picked off the street last week against Shibasaki and Karapani. He had no attack whatsoever. It's true. Completely true. And even in this game, he hasn't been especially good. Like I said, if they pick Tony Staggs over Stephen Crichton, I can live with that. I can absolutely live with that. But I think he is playing injured. If he is still injured for Origin period, yeah, I probably wouldn't pick him. Yeah, so Lorenzo, was it that you put together countries that I had some significance towards? I take it that was this empire thing. He sent me an email of like a world map, and some of it was colored in green, and it's countries that I had like a link to in my content, which was very nice. I love stuff like that. Makes sense. Well, yeah, I was very flattered, Lorenzo. As I say, whenever anyone makes something for me, takes time out of their day to think, I'm going to make something for the league, that blows my mind. So, yeah. Do you end stream and restart for the next game? I do not. I just keep going. Power on through. My dad left at halftime to go watch my cousin's Oztag game, which is fairly reasonable, considering one has much more entertainment than the other of this match. I found this pretty entertaining. What a run from Tupanua. Just looked up, and I saw that the Roosters Club song is an actual original song. Wait, hang on. Is it an original song or not? Because you've then said right on as Oprah Winfrey wants some. Is it not an original song? That's a good take there from Laybutt. He couldn't do it when they considered try on the last one, but he's got that one done there. Clifford's at a dummy half. Now to find Jackson Purdue. Won't quite get to the 20. That's good contact again by Satili Tupanua. You know how everyone's talking about the Bears not having signings? I think they have a huge signing that they've pretty much formed a contract but just haven't signed. We'll reveal it out of nowhere. That's certainly the hope. Oh, it's an original song, the Roosters Club song. Good. I'm happy about that. I was under the impression that it was, which makes me like it infinitely more. And I think it then holds so much more weight than so much more songs in the NRL. Because, yeah, I'd never heard the melody anywhere else. Good take there, Connor Tracy. Safe as houses there at the back. I heard that he hasn't got a try assist this season, which is boggling of the mind. I don't believe he's got one in this game. Just going to confirm that. Yep, no try assist just yet for Connor Tracy. All right, run from Critter. There we go. Getting a bit involved. Like him coming in for a bit of work there. Up to the 40 now. Halfway through this set. 24 minutes left in this game. Turpin to find Connor Tracy. Tackle there on the halfway line. Ding, ding. That's a poor place to give away 6 more. Excuse me. I'm going to leak the script. Lachlan Lewis comes out and scores the first ever own try, which puts Cowboys up by 6. And then I'm going to assume that that's an Arabic swear word. Or is that a name? Oh, no, it's Hayes Perham. But he said Hayir Pergam. He scores it other than Josh Reynolds kicks a 70-meter field goal. Where's Carrot Holland in all that? Hayward to find Galvin. Now Matty Burton. Gets it to Bronson Sherry. Gets away from his opposite number. Holds the ball. Can't find Jonathan Sewer. Still one more to go here. Dogs with the chance to take the lead here. Here we go. Sewer will find Matty Burton. Puts a bomb up across field. It's going to land deep in the in goal. Oh, it bounces off the post. No way. What the hell? Sewer's got it. They're going to score here surely. Galvin. No, I think it's been grounded by Dearden. He's claiming it. I think it's been grounded by Dearden. Have you ever seen that? That was a crossfield bomb that came off the post. What was that? What was any of that? Oh my days.
This game is fundamentally stupid.
God damn. All right. Freetality says, I think Cleary's a Panthers player for his whole career, then at most goes to Europe to play. I still believe that there's a real chance he will go to the New Zealand Warriors to play with Jet Cleary, his brother. The most bumbleclart try of all tries. Well, I think Tom Dearden grounded the ball first. Surely that ball was like almost going dead, given the angle at which it came off the post. That's absurd. What worked for the cameraman, by the way? Because I completely missed that. Okay, no, most of the cameramen didn't really keep up with it. Don't diss us camera operators. Well, unfortunately, Madsen, I think only one of the camera operators really followed the ball. So they're going to rule that Helam doesn't touch it? Yep. Sassy says, what do you do for work? I do this for work. I'm also a full-time uni student and a senior residential mentor in my building, which means I get free rent, so. All right, let's see here. At this point, I agree with everything the bunker has said. I feel that Tom Dearden grounded the ball. Has Sewer maybe knocked on into Braden Burns there? I think he might, Jonathan Sewer. Yeah, that looks like a bobble to me. And I agree with Quonka Danganine there. The company I do work for a better job than the folks at NEP. What's NEP? Oh, Nine Entertainment, I think. Yeah, it's a knock on there from Jonathan Sewer. At the Leaguie, I'm so sad right now, but your streams make me happy. I'm scared as well, but your streams make me cheerful. Love you, Leaguie. Thank you. What are you sad and or scared about? Feel free, if you are comfortable, sharing it here. I'd love to think that my streams are a safe place for that stuff to be spoken about. What are you studying? You give off science vibes? Thankfully not. Law and economics. Although, actually just law now. I've got an economics degree. No try it is. No try. You know what? I'll use the animation because I don't get to use it that much. I have a video games channel, Freetality. It's called Leaguie Games. We mostly just play it in the off-season. But, yeah, I love them. I love them. I've actually recently started playing Detroit Become Human. Started it night before last. Loving it. Loving it. Playing through it, I'm like, this won't be the only playthrough I have of this game. Really, really makes you... I love games that are like interactive movie-style games, and that's exactly what it is. So, adore them. Adore them. How, man, he literally passes it backwards. He bobbled it forwards into Braden Burns, and then it wrapped around his back and traveled backwards. I agree with that call. Oh, 6 more here. Purdue's got it off the back of a Cowboys kick. Hold it, Jackson. Hold it. I'll be honest. I am absolutely going for Cowboys in this. I think it would be funny if Dogs lost another one. Sorry, Azza. And also because I tipped them. I actually changed my tip just pre-stream 2 Cowboys from Bulldogs. So then that's also kind of why. Drinkwater pirouetting away from heaps of them. We'll just take a tackle there. Hopefully this kicks off and you can get paid good to do what you love. That's the dream. That's the dream. I'm getting paid pretty well at the moment. And we'll be doing channel memberships, but I've got a really big project coming up and I will announce channel memberships alongside that. Marnie now finds Tommy Dearden. Ball for Tom McKaylee. Will be tackled there, just shy of the line, about 3 meters away from it, halfway through this set. Marnie could have gone for dummy half there, I reckon. Dearden gets it to Drinkwater. Cut out pass, finds Chester. Can he get away from Sherry? Just about. Gets it to his winger, Burns. Oh, I can't think he scored this. They're going to review it. If we're going up no try, I cannot think that Braden Burns has stayed in the field of play. He really went for it, though. If you meet the in person, the jacket stinks. That, I don't doubt. I'm getting it dry cleaned on Monday before Magic Round comes around because, yeah, wow. Wow. Granted, though, Madsen, that day where I met you at the Sport Shed match, that was a swelterer of a day. That was a scorcher, and I was in this jacket, so that wasn't happy days. All right, it's going to be no try. Burns was out, and yeah, I can't argue with that. All happening between those two right now, Jonathan Sewer and Braden Burns. Thoughts on Marist College, Canberra? I was going to say never heard of it, but actually I feel that I have. All right. It was, if I do recall. Yes. It was. Oh, sorry, it was, I do recall. Yeah, yeah. Pom-Pom Hair Guy is actually a really solid winger, a prospect to look out for. Well, they've just mentioned, and I knew this coming into the game as well, he's linked heavily with the Perth Bears, which is interesting. They've got, I think that's really the only options they have to side a bunch of quality depth players, which can work for you, and then make sure iron sharpens iron, get good value out of them. You should see how smart you are with an intelligence quotient test. I don't think I'm that smart, but people in the rugby league space tell me I'm smart. But I don't think so. Anyway, who do Roosters play Magic Round? Is it Finns? Anyway, knock back there from the Bulldogs. It's still the last here. They're going to have to recover the ball there, the Cowboys. No, they don't, and it's going to be 6 more. Jonathan Sewell with it. Good work there. Again, he's involved there, the winger. Roosters are played tomorrow. Yes, against the Brisbane Broncos. All right, tackled there, Jamin Salmon. Play to find Jake Turpin. Short ball for Matt Burton. Close to the line, takes a tackle. This is massive here. I know we've still got 20 minutes to go, but they're on a charge of momentum. If they'd given it to Tupanua there, oh, he would have been hard to stop. It would have been very, very hard to stop. All right, Turpin's at dummy half. Goes to find Jamin Salmon. Now Matt Burton holds it. Goes to X ball underneath to find Bronson Sherry. Now to find Lockie Galvin. Back to find Leo Thompson. Lots of passes in this play. Could he get another one away here, Leo Thompson? No, we'll just run that himself. All right, one more to go here in this set. Turpin gets it to Galvin. There's a gap there in the defense. Kicking behind. Oh, was the Bulldogs run checked? I think Preston might have kept Drinkwater in goal. Yes, he has. He has. It was tight. Drinkwater's gone down for a couple of those already in this game to try and escape the in goal. Just grounding it literally just over the try line. It was, yeah, Preston with that second kick there. It was played out by Drinkwater. That was the correct call. Roosters v Cowboys at Magic Round. I knew it was a Queensland side. It's my Cowboys. I'm ready. Leaguie, are you ready for the Cowboys to flog the Roosters? Well, oh, has that come? That's come off from Jonathan Sewer. I think that's off his head. I remember Magic Round a few years ago. I was there. We played the Cowboys. Joey Manu played 5'8". We were expected to win that game comfortably. Thank you, Lorenzo, again, for following on Twitch. And we got pumped, and it was in the pouring rain, and I hated it. And it was probably one of the most dreadful times I've ever had watching a rugby league game. So anytime we play the Cowboys at Magic Round, I feel that trauma. But I kind of feel Sammy Walker, he's just a player that's set up for that stage, you know? By the way, you probably can't tell, but I'm sort of playing with something. I've still got a kiwi fruit here from yesterday. Someone donated
Leaguie, someone
for me
just
to buy a
redeemed a
kiwi
thing.
fruit. So I've
Lorenzo
still got it.
Theraborn just redeemed Pepsi Max Sip.
Favorite player? Connor Watson, the hot pirate. When he leaves the Roosters, it will probably become someone else, but maybe Rob Toyer. But no, it's definitely Connor Watson for now. All right, Galvin now to find Jonathan Sewer. Solid run from him, but the contact from Cotter was better. Ended up forcing him back a metre or two. Turpin now to find Stephen Crichton. Up over the 40. Now, Turpin will be in at dummy half. Here on the 4th, Crichton staying down here. And is not the type to stay down. Holding an ankle. Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Lorenzo Theraborn just redeemed change the background color. Turn him off.
Turn him off! Off they go. Is it going to turn off the other one? There we go. The, I guess, black style. Yeah, there's an issue here from Marnie's. Third man in. Yeah, lands on the back of his leg there. Lands on the back of his leg. Critter can't catch a break. Now he hurt his leg. He did, and it's not going to be a penalty. It was a bit of a third man in situation, but not a traditional hip drop. I think it was caught sort of between two things that you could penalise, but not quite either of them. All right, one more to go here in the set. Turpin gets it to Matty Burton. We'll put a bomb up. Underneath this one is going to be Braden Burns. Takes it very nicely there. The veteran winger gets away from Tupanua, but this is a tackle of Turpin and Thompson, who stop him on about the 20. Yeah, Critter's looking limpy around. He does not look the goods. That is correct, Lorenzo. Yellow line in this game, maybe? Maybe. Well, we've still got a quarter of it left to go. 17 minutes specifically. Clifford gets dacked, but not completely, which is good. We would have got a hell of a moon there. And given that he's got Italian heritage, it would have been when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie. Marnie now to find Tamalolo. Dearden at the back to find Drinkwater. They've got numbers-ish. And they give it to Tom Chester, who it actually does well. That's a solid 10-meter break from him, half break. Now on the last, they get it to Drinkwater, who put a bomb up. The frame rate of my stream just died a little bit there, but now we're back. Now for Connor Tracy. So it's just been set for a while now in this game. Neither side really making that much of an imprint on the other, but with the scores 12 apiece, any moment, any line break, any tackle break could really have a huge impact on this game. Can you turn the lights back on? In 3 minutes, I can. Shout out the Billy Joel song, Turn the Lights Back On. He released one song in this century, and that was it. Golden point or drop goal? Give me a drop goal. Let's not waste anyone's time. Golden point, we're going to get a drop goal anyway. All right, Galvin now with it. He doesn't really have any support there, but anyway, one more to go. Turpin now gets it to Matt Burton. He does bomb it up, and that one's kind of hanging in the sky. Burns is going to get there for it. In fact, it will be Drinkwater who takes that tackle. If I redeem a background color in chat, I would say turn it to maroon and white for Sea Eagles. Good to know. However, it doesn't really work because the white ends up combining with the maroon, and it will just end up being like a light pink. Unfortunately. Lights off looks so depressing, like watching a conference on Zoom. I agree. However, blame Lorenzo because he's the one that asked for it. He asked for it. All right. Good run there from Laybut. Marnie's in the dummy half. 2 more to go in this set. They're about at the halfway line. Tamalolo with a solid run himself. Although the offload was not the play at all. It was kind of wild back in field. Chester's got room, though. He's got a lot of room. Does he have support back inside? He does through Drinkwater. Drinkwater's in space. Goodbye.
Rugby League rat tail / Jedi braid.
I will answer that question after this because that could be the moment that wins this game. Points have come at an absolute premium, and it was a wild offload back from Jason Tamalolo, finding Tommy Chester. Bit of space in front of him. He takes it. Pass back in field to Scott Drinkwater. The Cowboys have the lead.
Come on the Cowboys, come on the Cowboys.
You love to see that. Look at it. Chester getting away from Jacob Preston. Drinkwater's there in support. Pass back in field. Curran couldn't keep up with him. That is huge. Huge. Look at that. Tamalolo, the offload, it was just too high. They couldn't go up for it, but did well to get it off the bounce. Beautiful pass there to Tommy Chester. I've loved Tommy Chester this season. I really, really have. 16 points to 12 it is. It's going to be 13 minutes left by the time this kick is taken. It's low scoring. It's low scoring, and I like it. The tries really mean something. Look at the celebrations in the chat. I just feel you don't get that with most games these days. I'm not going to read out what Azza said. Initially, I was like, I'm going to try and pronounce that, but then I thought, I don't know what war crimes I'm potentially saying by saying that. No, wow, okay, there's connotations. Not that the Arabic things are inclined towards war crimes. That I use war crimes as a saying a lot. To be clear, I'm not a racist or an Islamophobe. Who's losing this battle? I'm going to say the Bulldogs. Did your power go out? No, someone asked me to turn the lights off. Has he missed that? No, just about. Just about got it in. 18 points to 12, and we'll turn the lights back on. Well, Curran's a back rower, Azza. I don't think you'd expect many back rowers to be able to keep up in that situation anyway. Theory, most of the best games see both teams score 10 to 20 points. I agree with that. And we kind of used to have that back in the day. That's my preferred style of game. But I can't deny the fact that evidently the high scoring games are bringing in more viewers. Holden says, I was smart with my tipping. So first the Eels and now Cowboys. Now it looks like Bulldogs are pulling a storm. Well, pulling a storm is a bit extreme, but yeah, they're certainly not doing good. Leaguie, just for me, can you make the background red and black? Ooh. Oh, okay, just for you. Just for you, not for anyone else. And if someone does redeem a change background color, I'm going to have to go with that. But that's all I can do for red and black. Like, I can't have black light, so I've just turned off the top one. I can't get myself in the middle of this screen. No, that's even worse. I had it okay, and now I'm messing around with it. Still not really. All right, we'll go with that. Was there ever a game that ended 7-6? I'm sure there was. We nearly had one last night, if not for the Surges try on the very last play. That he has, Eli. Him and Taylor May. Best game this year is Manly versus Cowboys. We've had some crackers. Honestly, like, I'm not even necessarily gonna agree with that claim purely because I think there's probably another game out there that I'm forgetting. All right. On the fourth here, 12 minutes left to go. Burton holds the ball out, gets it out the back to Galvin. Dummies. Good tackle there from, is that McIntyre? Yeah, it is. Does very well. Turpin's a dummy half, giving it now to Matt Burton. Kicking from inside the 40. It's low, it's drilled. Burns gets it on the full, though. Good work from Braden. Good contact in the line as well. Cowboys v Broncos or Dragons v Roosters? Oh. In terms of best game of the season, the Cowboys v Broncos was very good. Dragons and Roosters was not a good game. We did well, but yeah. Each to their own. But yeah, I think you got to be loyal to your team. You got to stick with them. If you expect them to stick with the effort, you got to put it in the same effort yourself. All right, Marnie now on the 40. Gets it to the right-hand side. Now Tamalolo's with it. Can he get an offload away? He won't. Just holds it. One more to go. Marnie, they're inside the 40 now. Kick there, way up in the sky from Scott Drinkwater. They're going to go up for it. Oh, geez, Clifford nearly got that. If he had... In fact, it's going to be a dog's knock on. And they can't challenge it. Geez, I don't know about that call. I'd want to see it again. Wowzers. Chook fail oval. My dad says that. Are you saying that because my dad said it? Or is that a thing? I think that's Clifford knock on first. I think Tuala did knock it on. But, look. There's going to be a lot of the resource peeling off at the back of that. Thank you, Jake. Canterbury shouldn't have wasted that challenge earlier on in the game. Can we see you do 10 push-ups after the game or make it like a routine thing? I've never been able to do push-ups in my life. I don't know what it is. 10, I would struggle to. I'd really struggle to do 10 push-ups. They made an error there anyway, Cowboys. There's some maybe rugby league god interference. Crichton's down here. Not looking desperately hurt. They're going to challenge, though, the Cowboys. Might as well. You got 10 minutes left to go. It's a big moment. All right. Yeah, no touch from Crichton. Take off the blazer and we'll see if you could do a push-up. You couldn't. Well, I'll take it off, but there's no doubt about it. Look, my arms, I've got this. Genuinely, I don't know why this is the case, because I've got two brothers, and like at least one of them very stocky, very very solid. I've just got two-dimensional arms. There's no bicep there. Like, I'm gonna move the microphone. It's flat. It's completely flat. Like, man, I understand why you like
redeemed a
Pepsi.
thing.
Rugby 02 just redeemed head dent check.
Head dent check it is. To be clear, Pepsi Max. Not normal Pepsi. I can't remember the last time I had normal Pepsi, because why would you? Alrighty. So, we've got inside 10 minutes left. One score game here. Dogs find themselves needing points. Something that they found themselves in quite a lot so far this season. And they're there yet again. Up against Reid Marnie, the hooker who they discarded up to North Queensland. Can they get one over their former dummy half? You got a haircut? I cut my own hair this time around. First time I'd ever done it. I'm quite happy with it. I think it was good. I'm going to keep my hair like this. Drinking Pepsi when you could have Coke, no sugar, is some North Korea level food choices. Respectfully, I have no respect for you. If you got married, would you change your and your wife's last name to Leaguie? No, I am very passionate about my own surname. However, if my wife would want to take my surname, she's free to, but I would hold absolutely no ill will if she doesn't. Connor Watson signed with the Storm. Really? So, is that the 5th or 6th false transfer rumor that St. George Dragons fan has said so far in just today's stream? Remember when you went into Terrell May's stream and said hello Pookie and then got banned? Did I get banned? I don't remember getting banned. I remember saying hello Pookie and then I don't think he read it out or anything. Don't remember getting banned. Anyway. Run there from Hess, gets an offload back. It was not necessarily the safest play to come up with there when you're trying to defend a lead towards the end of this game. But hey, I mean, it worked out. Tamalolo, solid run in behind the ruck. Oh, seriously, and an offload. The momentum he's been able to generate. Pass over the top from Drinkwater. Now McIntyre gets it to Laybutt. He's got a fullback in front of him. Going to kick back in field. Marnie's there. Marnie catches it, knocks it on. Jeez, yeah, he just had to stand and wait for it. Reid Marnie. Didn't run onto that ball. Jeez, ooh, that could have been game. That could have been game. Why doesn't May like you? May does like me. In fact, his agent once even contacted me to say how much Terrell May likes me. Because I defended Terrell May about the whole chuck the New South Wales jersey in the bin thing. Choosing Pepsi or Coke or any soft drink is a terrible choice. A lot of them taste like S-word. See, I understand that democracy is important because humanity and society has a variety of different opinions. However, I feel that some opinions don't deserve to be given a voice when they're just so objectively false. And when you come after the nectar of the gods, literally divine from Mount Olympus itself, like the streams that run through ancient Greece, their energies that they provided to the natural land around it, truly does carry through to all Pepsi Max refineries nowadays. For you to be disrespecting that heritage is truly, truly diabolical. Almost as diabolical as the Bulldogs just knocking the ball on them and giving the Cowboys an entire attacking set with 6 minutes to go in this game. The Canterbury Backstown Bulldogs are really, really handing this win away. Would you go on the Mayday podcast? I would love to go on the Mayday podcast, but I don't think I'm the kind of guest they normally have on. Seeing Denon on there kind of gives me some hope, but they tend to interview players, not creators. All right. Marnie's a dummy half, giving it to Tom McKaylee. Close to the line, won't quite get there. May's live now. Well, I take it as not watching the game, because apparently he doesn't really watch the game. Drinkwater short ball to find Leaguie. Can't break through. Still 2 tackles left here, though. 5 minutes 40 left to go in this game. Dearden for McKaylee. McKaylee, oh, he can't reach out and get there. It was close. It was very close. Marnie kicking behind. Close to the dummy half. He picks it up again. Gets it to Clifford. Game. North Queensland are going to escape Sydney with 2 points, and the Doggies lose again.
Come on the Cowboys. Come on the Cowboys.
It's been all North Queensland off the back of the error from Leo Thompson. He's made a couple, and they've both been really poor to start. Well, sorry, not to start this game. Throughout this game, Marnie at a dummy half kicks it. Tupanua plays at it. Marnie picks it up. Short ball. Clifford. Bang. Bang. He probably didn't, like, the play wasn't to pass to Clifford there. The play was probably take the tackle and soak up yet more of the clock. Although, no, he was right there on the line. Fair enough. That was good from Marnie. Very good. Wowzers. What a prediction. Congrats to the 66% of us who chose Cowboys. Yes. Congrats to all of you. In fact, it was more to start the game. It was 67. They weren't favorites in this game, which is weird, in my opinion. But I changed my tip about 10 minutes before kickoff from Cowboys to, sorry, from Canterbury to Cowboys.
That's why you get the big bucks.
And I'm glad about it. Why watch the game when you can watch the Leaguie wearing green in front of a green wall and don't green screen him into different locations? Don't do this unless you want to have fun. It's a good point. People often say, why don't you use the green screen? And, yeah. Unfortunately, not something that I could do. Someone asked who's the worst NRL content creator. That is not something firstly, I'm not going to answer it. Secondly, I haven't even thought of it. Like, the thought has never once entered my mind of who's the worst content creator. What a negative thought. By the way, I just timed out St. George Dragons fan for spamming. Alrighty. First out of 25 in my work tipping comp now. That is brilliant work from you. Although I will maintain what I said at the start of this stream, where if you tip well in 2026, you don't know ball. It makes no sense. Legman, help me, please. What can I help you with? Okay, those who get the ball back off the short kickoff. Technically, you know, miracle could still happen. No, it couldn't. Leo Thompson knocks the ball on again. Jesus. Oh, they're getting into it now a little bit through celebrating Cowboys. Ghanaian has praised Leo Thompson's game. I want to see what stats he's put up today. 157 meters off 18 runs. That's a very high amount of runs, but you probably, off the back of that quantity of runs, might have expected slightly more meters. But anyway, that's fine. 31 of the meters being kick return meters as well. Yikes. So that's actually not very good at all. Anyway. He's leading the Bulldogs for post-contact meters, except for Jonathan Sewer, so he's actually second in that. Let's see here. 40 tackles, 1 miss. That's very good defensively. I'll give him that. But 3 errors. You can't say that's a good game. 3.5 minutes till I show what true club spirit looks like. Well, I guess we'll find out, Lorenzo, won't we? We'll find out. If you blue screen, just use the right lighting to make up for the colors your camera will pick up. Don't want it to look too cold in color. I at the moment don't see the need, but there could well come a time where I get a green screen background, whatever color it may be. Holden says, I'll put the worst NRL content creators under a whole group. The people that name their profile, I'm not a bandwagon, and proceed to go for the team that is number 1 on the ladder, annoying TikTokers. If you're talking about Flaxy, he is actually not a bandwagoner. Believe it or not, there are people who have been lifelong supporters of the clubs that are at the top of the table. They've scored another one here. Braden Burns just randomly at a dummy half. S-word posts, so to speak. A try. At the end there. Brilliant work there. Brilliant work from Braden Burns.
This game is fundamentally stupid.
Cowboys in again.
Come on the Cowboys. Come on the Cowboys.
There was just no effort there at the end. The short side wasn't guarded whatsoever. Sewer was in a dummy half. Burns dummied, went himself. Sherry with a low tackle. That's not the play close to the line. Yeah, that's very poor. Bulldogs fans have the right to be spewing at this. If the kick gets converted, they've conceded 30 in this game suddenly. Yeah. 30-12 is a very different thing psychologically to 18-12. That's exactly what I was just about to allude to. Wowzers. God damn. TGS Storm, because as I've said this a few times, but I'm not going to be the guy who, like the first time I tip against the Storm is the game that they win. Winston Neville's crying right now. Yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Aljana will consider shutting down after this one. I disagree. I think this is good for Aljana. The amount of people in Bankstown who are going to be having comfort food in Aljana tonight, like, it's what you'd want. If you're a Dogs fan sitting there in Banksia, or is Banksia in that area? No, I get Banksia and Bankstown confused. In Revesby. If you're sitting in Revesby right now, what you want is to get 2 roast charcoal chickens from Aljana and just sit down watching The Simpsons and just eating yourself silly while you're going through your tears. The salt from your tears literally seasoning the chicken. I think that's exactly what you'd want. I'm going to trust you on this. Do not trust me. Do not trust me. Oh, that's one of the worst kicks I've seen from Jake Clifford. Don't trust me. I do not want to be accountable for your tips or anyone else's tips. I'm not good at tipping. Don't trust me. Aljana isn't as good as it once was. Well, I've only ever had it once, and it was in Canberra, and I really liked it, so... Yeah, that was a really, really poor kick. I hear someone screaming at their TV at the Telstra whistling ad. Yeah, that would be Fareed. Hectic Fareed. Alright. Okay, it's going to be about 5 minutes between this game and the next. We'll be able to do maybe a cheeky NRL grid. I'm feeling a cheeky NRL grid. Oh, no, we'll talk about Bellamy. I'll give you some chair contact for a second, then we'll talk about Greg Bellamy. We'll do grid at halftime of the second game. Alrighty. Look at that next 5 there for North Queensland. I'm not comfortable with them coming up against us. They're at Magic Round after seeing this. But anyway. Bones now. There's still only 5 seconds left, but they're going for it. Excuse me. What a win. What a win. That's full time. That's all she wrote. 28 points to 12 will be the final score of this one. Out of absolutely nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. It looked like it was going to be a very tight game. We were talking about drop goals. We were talking about golden point. But 3 late tries for the Cowboys leave the Dogs in yet more soul-searching kind of territory. Because it's not been good. It's not been good whatsoever. I will leave you guys for just a moment with some chair content and to serenade you in honor of the winning team. The theme song of the North Queensland Cowboys. Back in a sec.
From the Gulf down to Rocky, lies are in the west. It's an unforgiving country, but it brings out the best. We'll all join together, and we'll sing with pride when from out of northern Queensland. The
There's a golden rule when it comes to streaming. That rule is that at any given point, someone could be clicking on your video and starting to watch it. And so therefore, you always have to be lively. You always have to be talking. You always have to be doing something. Because if they click on and for 10 seconds you're just kind of not doing anything, they'll click off. Sometimes when I do something like that and I show you guys footage of a chair on a plain green background while the North Queensland Cowboys song plays, I think anyone clicking on this stream right now would think I'm absolutely certifiably insane. Damn, St. George Dragons fan. You know, normally I like your contributions, but you spammed before. You got timed out. Now you spammed again? How incredibly disrespectful to me. Unfortunately, gonna have to time you out. Hopefully we'll see you back on Sunday, and hopefully you'll have grown some respect for me and for my chat, because we can't be having that. Bring back the chair. Can't do it, unfortunately. Can't do it. All right. I'm going to put up a new poll. I actually kind of feel... we've got kick off in 1 minute, so we won't get into anything substantial. But I feel I mostly said my piece on Bellamy. Obviously, it's tremendous news. That will send seismic waves through the Melbourne Storm Club. And yet another massive weight that they have to deal with. I think today, it's something that they will really be up for. I think it will be a massive game for them where they're going to want to play for Craig Bellamy. I'm assuming that this is probably the first week where the playing group have known about it. I'm going to assume that it wasn't, known behind the scenes or anything. But anyway. New poll is up. Thoughts on Kingsley's? I've never had Kingsley's, although I do actually have with me right now some spicy buttermilk teriyaki chicken wings that I've made. That have been slow cooking all day. So I'm going to wait for them to cool down and eat them throughout the game. Alrighty. The trumpet sees the Dolphins run out onto the field. I love this as an opening tradition for them. They're looking good in their red. They're looking very, very good in their red. Let's very quickly get into the teams before the game kicks off, if we have time. Alright. So, Herbie Farnworth... he still starts in the centers, but Jack Bossett will come in to start. Inside, Selwyn Cobbo, interesting one there. Tom Flegler comes in to start in the front row. Trent Loiero will start at lock for the Melbourne Storm. That pushes Gilbert to the bench. Coming onto the bench, we've got Josiah Pahulu and Kurt Donahue. They weren't named before, but now Cooper Clark dropped from the starting side, but still lines up on the bench. Ooh, that means that we're set to get underway. There's the kickoff if you want to sync up with me. It is raining up there in Brisbane. The timer currently on my screen is not correct, but the correct timer will be up and running in just a moment. It might be just the fog from all the smoke that they have and all that stuff, but it's really looking hazy up there in Brisbane. Definitely a big part of it is rain. No doubt about that. Okay. I'm going to have a look in a moment at the poll and how the voting is going for that, because I am fascinated to see who you guys think is going to win this. It's a good thing for a live streamer to say, I want to hear your opinion, to spark engagement, but genuinely, I really want to know who you guys think is going to win. After 19 votes, 53% Finns. It's now 57% Finns after 21 votes. 43% to the Stormsers. I deep down probably agree, but as I say, I'm not going to tip against Melbourne yet. I'm conflicted. As a Broncos fan, we just couldn't beat Craig for 5 years. Dolphins my second favorite team, but I feel bad for him. Even in spite of what they've gone through, I can't really want the Melbourne Storm to win a game unless it's against South Sydney or maybe at times the Brisbane Broncos. We believe Storm is going to storm into a Melbourne victory and then fly back to Melbourne City after a brilliant show of Melbourne heart. Kick from Tyron Wishart. Playing 7 because Jerome Hughes is out of this game. Underneath this one will be Selwyn Throbo or Selwyn Koblof, whichever one you want to call him. Leaguie, on a scale of 10 to 10, how beautiful is Jai Gray? Well, you know how sometimes when they say something is a little bit debatable, it's a gray area. That doesn't apply here. It is not a Jai gray area. It is absolutely black and white. He is objectively the most beautiful man on the planet, except for Dominic Young. But that's because Dominic Young is not a man. He's a demigod. Finns are big favourites. Are they? I knew they were favourites. How big favourites? Because Melbourne were favourites and then Hughes got ruled out. All right. Pass there from Knowles. Now Katoa. Oh, they've broken the line early on here. Farnworth gets it to Selwyn Cobbo. He's just going to hold it and knocks it on and goes over the sideline. With all due respect to him, if that isn't the most Selwyn Cobbo play that we've ever seen, yeah. Probably Farnworth, if he had his time again, would have passed a little bit later because Cobbo had some space. But yeah, what contact from Harry Grant. Straight over the sideline. That's how we do it. That's very Melbourne-like. And I've been saying to a mate of mine lately that there's so much that the Storm have been doing that you could describe as un-Melbourne-like and would describe as un-Melbourne-like, specifically un-Melbourne-like. And yet, they've been doing it. Oh, Warbrick nearly knocked it on there. But that was Melbourne-like. That was very Melbourne-like. Melbourne at $2.32. Damn. All right, so the poll seems to have settled out a bit. 62% of you reckon Finns will win this one. There was a post about Pappy retiring, so I commented that I love Sewer, but you'll never be Pappy, and a dude commented that current Sewer is better than Prime Pappy. People have opinions on the internet, and most of them are wrong. That one is certainly wrong. But I do think, to be fair, I kind of disagree that Sewer will never be a Pappy. I think Sewer definitely can be. Nickname says up the cows. You must be very happy. What a win that was. That really could have gone either way. All right, Loiero now. Starting lock comes off the bench into the starting side for today. Grant now in at dummy half. Halfway through this set, going to the left-hand side. Munster, the out-of-form 5'8". Gets it to Farlongo. Tapped on there by Howarth. I think Peel has knocked that one on. Has he? Yes. The man on debut, the winger Hugo Peel, unfortunately comes up with an error there. Ash Klein ruling it. Oh, that's beautiful spicy buttermilk wings. Although I will actually probably eat them after the stream. Willie Hay says, I support the mongrel mob. I don't know what that is. Unfortunately. Panther says, I think Melbourne will win this game. Well, so do I. So do I. Maybe. I tipped them. Probably, you know, I probably actually don't agree. I probably think that the Dolphins will win. But yeah. They haven't been crash out themselves, the Finns. Well, Magnetic, you actually kind of just got one there. So there you go. All right, run from Herbie Farnworth. He's going to be tackled shy at the 40 there. Download 9 now to watch the game. Yeah, if you want to watch it free to air, you can, for sure. Why you never put poll on Twitch? Because there's less people on Twitch. There's less people on Twitch. Look, 32 on YouTube, 6 on Twitch. All right. Pass here from Max Plath out of dummy half to the right-hand side. Knowles gets it to Katoa. What a kick in. It's only the 4th. Be chased by Jack Bostock. Suafa'alongo holds it, and the sideline's there. He had to play at it, but look, in the rain, just kept sliding. Suafa'alongo slid a far long way and and went over the sideline there. Good eyes up from Isaiah Katoa. Look at that. It did well Sewer to get across with it, but yeah, look, there were no breaks there at all. Isako just kept pumping those legs and got him over the sideline. Not in goal, which is actually perfect. Probably for Suafa'alongo, might have wanted to go across in goal rather than giving the Finns possession back where they were. I'm blaming partially on the wet grass. I think you should blame entirely on the wet grass. I feel I haven't got enough credit for my slid a long way, but anyway. Knowles out of dummy half. Sorry, it's Plath out of dummy half. Gets very close. He's in my origin side for Queensland, by the way, Max Plath. All right, now it's Knowles at dummy half. Gets it to Katoa. Now the hammer on for Bostock. Gets it to Jermaine Isako. Holds it. Can't get to the line. Future Melbourne Storm player. It's going to be high contact, in fact. Going to be high contact. Cam Munster put it high. He's been in very shoddy form, unfortunately, Cameron Munster, particularly defensively. And they've gone right at that edge there. He came up with a high tackle. Run there from Finafuyaki. He's my starting back row for Queensland. Finally can watch a game without being depressed. Yeah, it's always good when you watch a neutral game and you just can enjoy it. It's never really that enjoyable watching your own team unless you know for a fact they're going to win. One of a handful of Victorian juniors. Yeah, we're starting to see them. Him, Fanua Bole. There's a few of them. Katoa holding the ball there and just doesn't pick an option. Munster and Grant will absolutely still be fixed for Queensland. Grant for sure. Munster, I think, could be a Cherry Evans situation of last year, where if he goes into Origin 1 and really struggles, I think they might go with Ezra Mann from game 2 onwards. All right, kicking behind from Schneider. Lemuelu is the man chasing, and Fa'alogo will just carry that one dead. It was an early kick. Brad Schneider, the man with it. No Cody Nikorima there today for the Finns, but Schneider did well. I reckon Perth Bears will be bottom 4 next year. Yeah, I said this before, but at the moment, I'd be tipping them spoon. That's definitely my pick. Not a lot of urgency there from Fa'alogo. He just kind of accepted that he was going to go over the dead ball line. They go long there on the kick. Ends up in the hands of, I think that's Tommy Flegler. It is the Banana Farmer. It's Banana Rama for him up to the 40-meter line. All right, pass out of Frankie Molo, who has provided a good amount of spark for the Finns. Draws a 6 again. Call there. 0-all. It's a better supporter anywhere between 8 and 12 is good. If you get 8 in your first season, frankly, if you get 12 in your first season with the way your roster looks like at the moment, that's bloody good. That is bloody good. Is the 14-0 curse real or just coincidence? Well, I don't think we've seen it this season. Maybe it was born and died in 2025. All right, now for Knowles. Katoa, tapped on there by Schneider, gets it to Herbie Farnworth, crabbing around the middle of the field. Dummies, now gets an offload for Katoa. Harbour Bridge pass is what's required there. They do get it to Finifuyaki. Now Bostock, with a bit of rim around him, passes to the Hammer, gets it to Knowles. Now Isako, what a try! That is one of the great tries you will see. Oh, and they're going to go up with no try. He's not claiming it. Oh. The commentary team think he's jumped from outside the field of play here, which would be such a shame because the passing work was brilliant. It was so good. Munster's the man across there. Yeah, he stepped on the line. Oh, we were one step away from one of the great tries. Damn. I was ready to send the...
That's not a try, that's a miracle!
But anyway, yeah. Or, you know what, even the...
This is superhuman! This is unbelievable!
Oh, I love that soundbite. That is my favorite rugby league moment of all time. Love it. Sorry, what's this stat? Worst repeat set defense. Right, that's interesting. They're way worse on set restart defense than anyone else. Anyway. So close, that it was. That it really was. But anyway, a very frantic opening 10 minutes. Finns on top, you'd have to say. But still 0-0. That is the one metric that really matters, the scoreboard. And we're still level. Oh, my days. Oh, my days. Oh. That's gorgeous. Oh, that might be the greatest thing I've ever eaten in my life. Why is it no try? Isako stepped on the touchline before jumping. Ashley Klein is ref. This will be interesting. Why? Hammer's off the ball. Hammer's off the ball. Munster's up and about. He's not going to challenge it. You can make errors like that in the wet, but it's bringing Melbourne right back into it. We're going to start that set in pretty good field position, but yeah, loses it there as he plays it. Hop on Kingsley Trust. What? Huh? Come again? Be careful for stepping in the touchline, right, Leaguie? I'm sure he was careful, but just got the execution wrong, unfortunately. Oh, Kingsley's Chicken. Right, I was you know where my mind went? My mind first went to Kingsman, which is one of the great movie franchises of all time. And then it went to Kingsley Coman, and I was like, do you want me to make a bet on Kingsley Coman? I understand now. Dogs fans taking the loss well. They have every right not to take it well, to be fair. All right, 6 more there. Conceded by the Finns, now in the hands of Ativali Lusati. I will try Kingsley's one day, for sure. I've got with some mates and do it. Great now. To find Tyron Wishart, now in the hands of Trent Loiero, Queensland origin player, carries it up over the 10-metre line. Now Grant's in a dummy half, gets it to Munster. They're looking good here. So far Longo holds it, gets it off the back to Jack Howard.
Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Play sort of dies down with
Panther
the
fan
momentum as he takes the tackle.
1999 just redeemed changed the background color. Red and purple for the teams that are playing.
Sure thing. Beautiful pass there to Tyron Wishart. Oh, and I think he's... I'm not sure here. I'm not sure here. Yeah, I agree with Ashley Klein. No. What? Okay, it's been ruled a try. I thought Ashley Klein was going to go up no try. But anyway, has been ruled a try. Let's see here. I'm happy to give that. I think I've got that wrong. It's a brilliant put down in the wet. Absolutely brilliant put down in the wet. Let's see here. Holds it out. Yeah, it's a try. Absolutely. Brilliant work there from Tyron Wishart. There we go. Purple and red. I like that combination. 4 points to nil. Kick to come. And it will be 6-0. Oh, Wishart's really hurt here. He's really hurt here. So, yikes. He's their backup half normally. Who's going to come onto the field for the Melbourne Storm? Looking at their side. Trent Tolau. I get, you know, he's a capable half. Yeah, got spun around under the hammer there. You can see. Holds it. Yeah, that knee bends awkwardly. Favorite tea? Rooibos tea. Have you tried Tamar Hindi? I have not tried Tamar Hindi. All right, good conversion there from Nigamini. Wishart's going to come from the field. Might not be done for the day. We don't necessarily know. But you think Trent Tolau comes onto the field, surely. Yes. Look at that. You've got to say, good start there for the Storm. They've been under the pump to start this game. Have not had the field position. Haven't really even had the possession. But one error from the hammer gives them great attacking opportunity, and they are right into it. 12-point turnaround just like that. Yeah. Yeah. U3 says, hello, I saw you at the grand final. Were you the young boy who I saw at the top of the big twirly stairs going up and we got a photo together? If you're someone else and you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's pretty funny as well. But anyway, I do remember that interaction. Oh, after the grand final, I had a photo with someone as well. Oh, there we go. That's actually kind of lucky. That's kind of lucky because I'm now remembering a few people that I took photos with at that game, but I happened to pick the right one. There we go. Shout out to you. I remember you. I remember you. Glad that you're here on the live stream. Look at that. Danny says that's the biggest brain fade I've ever seen. Yeah, it wasn't great. Not good communication between Warbrick and Tolau. Finns get the ball back off the kickoff. They're looking good here. No, the pass goes to the ground and the hammer's tackled 30 meters out. But yeah, I mean, not a great moment to start for Trent Tolau. Dean says, I saw you last night on stream. No way. Really? Really? All right, run there from Tommy Flegler now into the line. Watson says, bought a 3D printer and curing station off a bloke today for $4.50, which is very cheap. That feels very, very cheap. Turns out he was a Raiders fan also. When I read that comment first, I thought you said you bought a 3D printer and curing station off bloke. And I was like, Denon has a 3D printer? Anyway. All right, good run there from Molo. On the 5th here. Now in the hands of Plath. Gets it to Katoa. They're not going to put boot to ball yet. Schneider also does. Gets it to Farnworth. He's maybe over, but up. Jeez. It's good defense from Melbourne. It's a really good defense from Melbourne. Job's not done. They're going to have to come off their own goal line. But Herbie Farnworth held up there by a scrambling Melbourne Storm defensive system. U3 says, go Roosters. Indeed, sir. I hope that we do win tomorrow. But it's going to be a very tough one. It's going to be such a good game. I'm annoyed that I can't stream it, unfortunately, but it's going to be a good game. Thoughts on Storm using AI to play? Huh? What does that mean? It's a question. Who's the best NRL player to have the initials AI? Because when I think AI, I think Allen Iverson, the NBA player. Or, well, you know, aside from artificial intelligence. Have we had one? All right. Good take there from the hammer. On the 20. Just don't knock it on in the play of the ball here, Hamiso. You think Daniel Tupou will beat Billy Slater's try record? Yeah, I mean, he only needs one more try to do it, right? I'd have to back him to do that tomorrow. It looks like he's going to play on another season as well, which I'm so happy about. The day that Daniel Tupou retires, he is the only player left from my Roosters squad, which is the 2013 team. That's the Roosters team that I fell in love with, and really, that was my first season of following week in, week out, knowing all the players, knowing all the games. I was 9 years old. It made sense. He's the last left from that. Oh, Bostock with a poor offload. Very poor offload. It's forward, it's low, it's over the sideline. Take your pick. For all the reasons it was wrong. When I think AI, I think absolute idiocy. Well, I don't think he played NRL, unfortunately. We're doing some NRL grid at halftime. Yes, we are. I know I've sort of missed it for the first couple of breaks, but we've had important things to talk about. We'll do the grid at halftime for sure here. Other Leaguie is my favorite player. That's brilliant from you. Thoughts on DCE Origin recall? No. Dearden is in incredible form, and Munster is the captain, so I don't see where DCE would fit in, unfortunately. Oh, hello, Mrs. Lee. Do you know, how do you know AI? I thought you were a part-timer. Sucks that he never won a Larry trophy. I am a part-timer. I don't really know how I know AI. Isn't he a good player? Alan Iverson, I feel... Oh, you know what? It might be because he came to Australia last year. Although, I knew him before that. I don't know. I play 2K a lot, and his name probably came up in commentary. That's very nice of you to say, Lorenzo. Thank you very much. All right. Kicking behind there for a Munster. It's being chased by far longer. He might get there, you know. It's tapped up in the air. Ball bounces. Oh, I think it's going to be a dropout for Suafa'alongo. Really, really lively. Involved in this game early on. Someone asked me earlier. I completely forgot to answer this. I'm so sorry, Mario, if you're still here. My bad. You donated $8 and then said favorite historic rugby league rat tail / Jedi braid. And I just completely forgot about that until I saw Suafa'alongo's. Taylor Mays had a very good one, as has Terrell, actually. Both of the Mays have had good ones. Any suggestions? Vimonga, I think he has one. A bit of a ratty. What about Mahe Fanua? I'm going to look up Mahe Fanua. I think he's another Victorian junior. Did Mahe Fanua have a rat tail? He had a big old mullet. Yeah, I can see some cornrows. Ah, yes, Mahe Fanua. He had a ratty. He had a ratty. Look at that. That's, oh, okay, well, the Sky Sports thing comes up. But you can see the rat tail there. That's my favorite NRL rat tail. AI is a Hall of Famer. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I knew it was good, so... Anyway. Ball in the hands of Flegler now. In fact, it's a set restart here for the Fiends. Flegler takes a run. Oh, he sort of folded backwards there by Josh King. You should do a video collab with Chad Townsend on his return from retirement. I would love to work with Chad. I don't know... Like, I haven't come up with an idea, really, where we could intersect in our content, but, I love what he's doing. I think it's great. More NRL YouTubers. All right. Oh, knock on there, Finafuiaki. That's a poor one from him, unfortunately. That's a poor one. They were looking good there, the Dolphins in attack. But, look, as I said, errors like this are going to come in weather like this, but they won't be happy for sure. Ankle injury for the Shart. Hope it's a low-grade one. Damn. I reckon in solidarity, we should all Shart for Shart. Shart's out for Shart. Are you sure you could access the Sky Sports website? Well, George, I just wanted to put the picture up, so... Collab with the Knighted? I'll kind of be doing one. Well, I don't know. Magic Round, I assume I'll do something with it. We're definitely going to get together. I'm going to be, if any of you are going to Magic Round, Sunday morning, 10 a.m. At Caxton Street Brewing Company. Not Caxton Hotel, Caxton Street Brewing Company, but it's like 2 doors up the road. They're with Retro Rugby League, the Knighted, League of Inches.
Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed the thing.
All of them.
Roaming to Rome just redeemed Pepsi Max
I'm
Sip.
going to give you a big one. ASMR with Leaguie. Good catch there for someone. Cobbo running backwards. That's always really impressive. Petition to rename Leichhardt Oval to Lilyfield Rectangle, as it's not in Leichhardt and its shape is a rectangle. That's a very good point, actually, that you raised. Why the hell is it called an oval? Because North Sydney Oval is an oval. Yeah, why the hell is it called Leichhardt Oval? Are we still in the background color dictatorship? We are not. Although we've had the red and purple background for way too long. So I'm going to change it back to green. On the 4th, they're on the 40 here, the Finns. Now Knowles gets it to Schneider. At the back to find the hammer. Bit of space here. Herbie just goes down, takes that tackle. Oh no, accidentally South Sydney background. I'll be in Canberra for Magic Round, so I can be the only NRL commentator in Canberra. You should come to my room.
Hey, Leaguie, someone just
Dean,
redeemed a thing.
while you're in Canberra and do the
Silas
streams for me.
Kinski just redeemed change the background color. Gelb, Gale, yellow square emoji.
I just bloody changed it, man. Because I obviously won't be here to do the streams for Magic Round, so you should just have Dean. Dean on screen. Do it him. It was named after Oval, Earl of Leichhardt. Bull. No chance that's true. Can't be. Alright. Munster with the carry. He plays it for Suafatalongo, who's in at dummy half. Now for Jack Howarth. They're up over the 30 here. Storm looking good. Better than they have done. I think that's probably the best 20-minute opening period they've had in recent weeks. Sorry, repeat that so I can hear. I said, because you'll be in Canberra for Magic Round, and I won't be in Canberra for Magic Round, you should come to my place and do the streams that I would otherwise be doing. The Leaguie Magic Round streams, but instead it's just Dean sitting in this chair delivering commentary to camera. Go for it. Okay, actually, well, probably not a sincere invitation, but it would be funny. Leshinsky, no, I do not intend to. All right. Pass there for Sean Bloor. Nah, no more with the raids, Business League. It was fun, but I don't want to make a habit of it. All right, pass now to find Tolau in the hands of Fa'alongo. Gets it to Will Warbrick. He gets inside the Hobie Farworth, but takes a tackle there. 2 more to go. Meany's in at dummy half. Gets it to find Tolau. Runs himself. 1 more will come after this. Do you think Eels will win by 20 points? Probably not. Remind me who they play. Oh, beautiful short ball for Sean Bloor. Wild pass back in field to find Munster. Still the last here. Puts a kick in behind. Issakor's there. It's going to force a dropout, though. Good result there from Cameron Munster. It's the kind of thing there where Munster often, out of nothing, just comes up with an option that, in hindsight, turns out to be really right and just works. And that was it. He hasn't done it for a while. But just stands still. Puts it a beautifully weighted kick. Love that from him. All your mods should just stream Magic Round on your account. All right, well, Danny's just trying to get involved now with what I offered Dean. You are not that guy, pal. Trust me, you are not that guy. Yes, it's against the Warriors Eels play. No, I definitely don't think Eels will win by 20 points. I think they'll be hard-pressed to win at all. Does your room housing have AC? It does. However, it switches between only cooling and only heating. It's currently set to only heat. So I have a fan across here right now to keep me cool because it's quite warm in my room. Alrighty. Run from the Sati there. Good tackle on the 3rd. I'm in town when you're away from Magic Round. Can't I just come over and turn on the camera so we get a whole lot of chair content? Oh, we got mooned by Safado. And in fact, Tom Gilbert went on for more. Tom Gilbert went in for more there. He went the grab. Tommy Gilbert, holy. No, we won't be getting the streams across Magic Round, unfortunately. Penalty there for the Storm. I'd take the 2 if I was them. I'd take the 2. No, they're going to tap and go. All right. Stefano's gone for it. Thoughts on Dan Housen? We've spoken about this guy before, but I cannot remember who he is. Considering how many bare asses we see in the NRL, it's absolutely incredible that we're yet to see pipe laid on our screens. It's just because like that'd be way worse because like that's ass is haha funny bottom, but like, you know, yeah. Anyway, Howarth takes it on the 4th tackle. Another 6 again. Another 6 again. All right. Pass now from Munster to find Grant. Run from Loyero. Now finds Harry Grant again off an offload. Munster short ball to find Sean Bloor. I'm sure you'll enjoy that, George. That'll be very cool. Post-game stream from the hotel. I'll be in a little Airbnb house with my family, but I reckon I could. I won't commit to anything because I just want to go up there and enjoy myself. Weekend of enjoying footy. I don't really want to be there and do a lot of work and stuff. King with a run. I think you'll see me on a lot of other people's stuff, but maybe not necessarily my own stuff. Grandad a dummy half, goes himself, will be held up just about. So the camera crew are actually really good at avoiding focusing on anything that could be full frontal. That's why we can't see it. Oh, okay. There we go. That makes, I guess, some sense. But still, I mean, well, okay, there's also probably the fact that more often we're grabbing at the back of jerseys and shorts than the front. Oh, that's a poor last tackle play. I don't think they knew it was the last. Did they? That was weird. But yeah, I mean, we don't see it happen anyway. Something's clicked for the Storm. Yeah, I think that they're coming out with a lot of intent, and I did say I think that they would today, with obviously a big cause to play for. Oh, it was a Spanish soccer player who betrayed the Netherlands like a certain Dutch streamer I watch. I think that's Dienhausen. I don't know. He betrayed the Netherlands is a big claim.
Well, that's why you
Yeah, I know Dienhausen. Good defender.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Leaguie favorite fight or scuffle you saw live or on TV? My fab is Jennings Superman punch in Origin 2.
Well, I wanna answer the question you asked before. I don't know if you were in the chat to see me answer it because I completely forgot. My favorite rat tail would be Mahe Fanua. If you look up Mahe Fanua Castle for Tigers, you'll see a hell of a ratty. Speaking of ratties, there's one flapping in the wind right here. Suafar Longo, is he gonna get away from the hammer? He gets inside him. Sua's gonna score. Oh, he's capable of some absolutely incredible things. Suafar Longo comes up with a moment of magic. 10 points to nil. Suafar Longo does a try celebration with that Tavalu Lisati. We saw him do a brilliant one off the kickoff last week. And look at that. Can I just say as well, Mario, you have a habit of donating right before a team scores. So keep doing it. Because we'll get to see a lot more action on our screens. Look at this. The dummy gets inside Herbie. Just pins the ears back. The hammer was very casual about it, but did get across. Steps inside him. Beats him all ends up. Farlongo. Brilliant work. Brilliant work. Look at that. All right. Favorite fight or scuffle, though? It's a good question. There are a few on Simbin Sunday. I was at Simbin Sunday, and that was fun. But I think the Jennings Superman punch in Origin 2 would beat both of them. That was spectacular from memory. I'm trying to think if there's others. You know, I don't know if this counts, but if it does, this is absolutely my answer. When Brett and Josh Morris agreed to do a fake fight together, I think one was playing for Dragons and one for Dogs. As they kick, and it hangs out to the right-hand side, unfortunately. Thank you, Tatu, for following on Twitch. Yeah, they did a fake fight together, and it's just hilarious to watch. Because at first the commentators were like, oh, they're getting into it, but then they realized it was a joke, and they're just going at it, the two twins. That was beautiful. Love a solo effort and a long-range try. Absolute Rugby League. Did somebody say Absolute Rugby League, baby? Absolute Rugby League. Thoughts on the last game? Personally, I thought it was great. Put Tom McKaylee into the Queensland squad. Is McKaylee eligible for Queensland? I was incredibly impressed with the Cowboys, particularly towards the end of the game. They refused to say die. I feel your defense to start the game was immensely good, with the number of errors that you were giving away. At one point, it was 5 errors to 1, and you'd made pretty much all of them coming out of your own end. To defend that, eventually paid dividends at the back end of the game. Really impressive stuff from the Cowboys. They're hugely exceeding my expectations. Can you remind me of what was our bet to start the season? Was it that to do with the Cowboys finishing above the Roosters, or was it to do with the Cowboys making the 8 at all? Because I was not confident about. I was very confident that Roosters would finish above Cowboys, and even pretty confident that they wouldn't make the 8. Anyway, our bet was if Cowboys make the 8. Damn. Okay. Well, I might be in a bit of trouble there. Okay. That's very cool, Lorenzo. I unfortunately do not. Can I take a pic next to the sub to Leaguie sign when I'm around, please? What? Oh, the sub to Leaguie sign in my building. Unfortunately, no, because I don't want to reveal what building I live in. And also, you wouldn't be able to get into the building. But I appreciate that you want to do it. That's very cool. If McKinley's eligible for Queensland, he could provide a lot of spark off that bench. Just saying, he really, really could. All right, Schneider now. We'll take a tackle there. So this will be the last. Isaiah Katoa will be the man with the ball in his hands. It is still chucking down rain out there. And at Brisbane, 10.5 minutes left in this first half. The tap back there through Selwyn Cobbo. I think that's been knocked on there by Lasati. Oh, he's picked it up. And it was initially called play on. I think the touch judge has overruled the referee here. Yeah, touch judge overruled the ref. Favorite underrated player? Are they going to challenge you this storm? It's a good question. Who's my favorite underrated player? Savala? I love Hugo Savala. Probably him. Curtis Scott v. Dylan Walker was great. A fun fact about that, I watched Curtis Scott v. Dylan Walker when I was at Magic Weekend. And I mean Magic Weekend. I mean the Super League's Magic Weekend. I was in St. James Park, Newcastle United Stadium, in a sort of cafeteria area. It's going to be an unsuccessful challenge for the Storm. Yeah, in a little kind of hospitality-ish area. We had kind of bougie seats. And they had the NRL on. Storm versus Manly. And I watched Curtis Scott and Dylan Walker get into that fight where I think it was Scott that got sent off and Walker got sin-binned. Yeah, that was a weird-ass challenge. Well, look, with 10 minutes left in this first half, if Dolphins go in 10-6, I think they'd take it. Katoa now. Short ball to find Jackie Bostock. It wasn't really Lasati there who challenged. I think it was genuinely Harry Grant. If the Dolphins lose to the Storm, I propose we kick them out of the comp for failing to continue the Melbourne losing streak. I propose we also kick South out as well. You didn't have me until the very end there, and then I agree. Plath now in at dummy half. Giving it to find... Who? Oh, Donahue. I was like, who is he? Who is that man? In jersey number 21, but it's got Donahue. Now in the hands of Donahue. For Katoa. Underneath. Oh, Fitafuiaki. In space. Across the line. Oh, no. It's been called obstruction, I think. It did look a bit easy, but geez. I mean, they could have reviewed it. Damn. Anyway. Looked like it tried to me first time around, but I didn't see what actually the client has seen. Let's see. They're calling it an obstruction here. Is it Gilbert there? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the correct call. Bold of him to make it without going to the bunker, though. All right, 9 minutes left in this first half. Oh, will admit, my head's kind of hurting. Maybe it's just the angle that I've been looking at for so long, but the back of my neck. So that's probably the one team that will never get booted from the comp after what happened when they tried. Yeah, but it would be funny though. Oh, they're getting into it a bit here. Gilbert going right at, is that Cooper Clark? It is. Cooper Clark might be in a bit of Barney rubble here. It's going to be a penalty to the Finns. So they've given away a penalty, I think, while in possession there, the Melbourne Storm. Yeah, look at this. It's a tackle from Donahue on Bloor. Then Gilbert comes in, yelling about it. Oh, jeez, I honestly don't know what sparked that. But Cooper Clark was definitely the first man to come into that. Donahue sounds like a Dutch name. Yeah, of sorts. It could be. I think it's more Irishy. I think it's more Irish. Can I get a reaction to your live stream live? What? Huh? Okay. You know the Biden meme where he says what? That's one of my favorite GIFs to comment. GIF or GIF, whatever. It's one of my favorite GIFs to comment. It's one of my favorite GIFs to comment. I got a bet for you. If Dolphins don't win this game, the mods on Discord can permanently add the Dragons roll to my account. If Dolphins don't win this game. I mean, okay, there's no downside for me there. So, sure, I'll take it. Played there by Lemuelu. 6 more now. Finding Kurt Donahue. In jersey number 21. Takes the tackle there. Plath will be in at dummy half. Watch your live stream live at halftime. Don't break the chain. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Shout out to Fleetwood Mac. But no, I'm gonna do the NRL grid at halftime. I forgot that we had a yellow background. It's been 15 minutes since I changed it. 15 rugby league minutes, bro, that we've had a yellow background. Played there by Gilbert. Oh, jeez. There's been some poor play of the balls. That was on the replay. Poor error. Dolphins really costing themselves so far to start this game. Why did you say yes? I'm going to say because you gave me a proposition that had no downside for me. So, yeah. Please change the background color to maroon and yellow for Roosters losing against Broncos. Well, Oliver, I hope that tomorrow... Actually, no, it will be Sunday because that's the next time I'm streaming. I'm hoping that on Sunday you do join us in the stream and say, hello, Mr. Leaguie. I'm going to put my hand up. And I'm going to say that I was wrong. Because the Roosters did, in fact, put my Brisbane Broncos to the sword. I hope you're going to be there for that. I hope you back it up. 6 more there for Melbourne. Time for your quote of the day. Well, you're putting me under a bit of pressure here. I think the quote of the day kind of comes a little bit naturally. We'll see. I'll try and come up with something good. All right. How with their pushback there by Donahue. Gets it now to Josh King. So they're halfway through this set. Tackled there by Ray Stone, a man who scored for Parramatta to win in Golden Points. It was a try, in fact, to win in Golden Point against the Melbourne Storm. Nick Meaney knocks it on there. Tom Gilbert, who was involved with absolutely everything today, dives on the ball. Bellamy is not happy at all. 6 more here for the Finns. That was intentionally given away by the Storm to slow down that ruck there. So Plath now gets it on to find a charging... That's not Donahue. That's... Is he in jersey 22 or jersey 12? Is there a jersey 22 on the field for the Finns? Because they haven't named a jersey 22. Oh, wait, no, they have. It's Bostock. My bad. I'm looking at the bench. Like, who the hell is jersey 22? I forgot it's Bostock. Katoa's knocked it on now. This is really poor. This is really, really poor. Look at this. It was Plath out of dummy half there to find Finafuiaki. Is that potentially head contact there? Is that why they're showing that replay? I'm not sure. But anyway, this is the play where they knocked it on. Just Katoa not looking at the ball whatsoever. If they sort out the errors, I think that they could really be in this game, but... Can you change the color to maroon and gold? Because we started the Storm's bad run. Well, I changed the background color if you redeem it on Twitch. I unfortunately can't do it for YouTube. Why won't it let me change the background color? I don't know. It's turned on. Do you have enough channel points? Others have been able to redeem it. Where and how do you find Robos in Australia? It's sold at every supermarket, major supermarket anyway, that I've ever been to in Australia. I feel like the Storm doesn't represent the average Australian, and it's important that we do something about it in the next federal election. What? I love that. That's a great comment. You know what? My comment of the day that Mrs. Leaguie wanted, give it that. Elliot Simpson has beaten anything that I could possibly say. That's unreal. It says out of stock, check back later. What? Maybe I've set a maximum number of redemptions. I don't think I did, though. I'll have a look at that because the Dolphins have knocked on again. So I'll check. The limit of redemptions per stream is 999. I don't think I've changed it 999 times just yet. It does have a cooldown time of 10 minutes though, although the last one was 15 minutes ago, so I don't know. That's incredibly strange. Maybe, excuse me, I'm exhausted. Maybe refresh or something. 3.5 minutes left in this first half. Giving it now to Cooper Clark. If Storm get one more, go ahead 16-0. Soul searching a little bit at halftime there for the Dolphins to come back into this one. Yeah, we're not going to do that, Lorenzo. Now in the hands of Tolau. Gets it to Hugo Peel. Popping up on the other side of the field there on debut. Like that from him. Anyway, Henry Granton at dummy half. Short ball now to find Davey Mawali, former South Sydney Rabbitoh. I've just dropped the Kiwi on Menards. That hurt. Trent Tolau. Kick it behind there from Cameron Munster. The Hammer's got it. It's a bit of room around him. but he is tackled there by Munster. Dolphins are water animals, yet they can't play in the rain. That is true. However, the Melbourne Storm literally are the rain, so it doesn't shock me that they're excelling a little bit more in those conditions. Thinking of making a soul pack to ensure Sua never gets another injury. Thoughts, Goat? Well... Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing. I don't think that's going to go well
C_ Phantom just redeemed change the background color. Can we get hummus color? If not, give us red for the best state in Australia that will take both Origin shields home. Queenslander, 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 Queenslander.
Ah, yes. The famous State of Origin rivalry. The Blues versus the Reds. Bostock now gets it out to find Jermaine Isako. Will kick back in field because that's always a good option. Gets it to Plath. Oh, beautiful work in the end on the fourth. In fact, it's Schneider. It's not Plath. Will take the tackle there. Spread it to the left. There's so much room. There is so much room. They have to score here. Surely. Cut out pass. Yeah, they get it to Cobbo on the wing. Bang. Oh, they're going to review the sideline, though. I reckon surely he scored. Fins are in. They are the mighty, mighty Dolphins, and they've got one back on the board, and they needed one back on the board. I'm still trying to sort out the... Oh, I'm on the wrong app. It's two different apps. The two lights that I have are two different apps. That's kind of hummusy colored. That is bollocks. I feel that you're a bit salty. Look at that. Beautiful work there. Plath just... They could have gone through their hands, but he was like, nah, do you know what? Let's just go for it. Cut out pass. Brilliant work from him. Yeah, Cobbo with it. Jumped up for it. Yeah, got it down. Who could have known Storm v Dragons would have been a Boonspol? Shout out to the Boonspol. Dragons being in Boonspol areas wouldn't have shocked many people. But look, Melbourne are winning this game. Let's not get too excited here. Pauline Hanson will be sure to kick South Storm out of the comp, as she quoted, "Get out of the gutter with your politics." You reckon they're both in the gutter, South and Storm? I've dropped the Kiwi again. The Storm are a holistic convention cell made of many components of diverse qualities. They are more than just rain. How dare you? Okay. All right, Alex. Can I get everyone in the chat saying, okay, Alex? Like low capital letters. Sorry, not low capital letters. That's, in other words, lowercase letters. My brain's not working. Lowercase letters, just okay, Alex. Feel free to throw in a full stop after it as well. That's what I want to see. Just so that Alex can know that he was actually correct. There we go. Just like Elliot there. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Kick there from Misako, bending it back like he traditionally does. I think he bent it back too far. He did. 4 points to 10 it remains. Thank you, Friday. Thank you, you three. $20 seconds left in this first half. 4 points to 10. I think that they will take that, the Finns, given the I guess, errors that they've made in this game, the attacking opportunity that they have given the Melbourne Storm. To only be a converted try down, that's good stuff. How much to smash the Kiwi on your head? Like, smash... Like, I was looking forward to eating this, so, like, it would take quite a bit. Smash as in, like, you break the Kiwi through, or just, like, you know, a clock on the head that damages me, but leaves the Kiwi fairly intact. I would, for... I don't know if I'm setting this too high, but I am really looking forward to this Kiwi. For $20, I would smash this Kiwi on my head to the extent that you would see the inside of the Kiwi. They've offloaded back in field here, the Finns. They're going to put boots of ball. The Hammer's chasing. Is he going to score? He might. No, Hugo Peel. Jeez, they could have been level. Line break there at the end. Hugo Peel did so well. Damn. C Phantom says, I am leaking. I am leaking. It's so good. Referring to watching the Leaguie, of course. What is bro on about? Respectfully. I actually don't know if I'd do it for $20. I kind of want to eat this Kiwi. All right. Well, 4 points to 10 it is. Who wants to do an NRL grid? I'll be so real. Normally, the vast majority of times when I'm streaming, we get to like the last half of it, and I'm like, oh, the stream's nearly over. Right now, bro, I cannot wait. I'm baking. My head is damaged. I think it's just sitting in this dark room with all the lights on me. Anyway, we will survive. We will survive. And indeed, we will thrive because the NRL grid waits for no man. And as we all know, over a extended period of time, I have displayed incredible ball knowledge. And thus, I should be able to thrive in this environment. Oh, good. A Roosters won. Leaguie, how much to look into the camera and say, I'm... You know what? I'll do that. I'll do that for free, actually. So what is it? Wait, I'll go back to this so you can actually... This is a bigger camera. I am leaguing it. 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 I am leaking it. I am leaguing it. I am leaking it. I am leaking it. Hope that was everything you wanted and more, brother. Okay, I actually don't know if it's been 5 minutes, but just on pure vibes, I'm going to change it back to green. Now do that in the Trump voice. I am, folks. Leaguing it. We actually had, for the organization that runs my buildings, we had elections for our student organization recently, and both candidates got up and did speeches to deliver sort of their pitch to become residential president. And I thought it would be so funny if I went up as a like the late entrant and just did it in the Trump voice, like, what a bunch of losers. Quite frankly, I think I would do a much better job, folks. Quite frankly. All right, you lost your mind. I've been gone for 40 minutes, brother. This is mellow. This is for a Leaguie stream. This ain't nothing. All right, Central Square, Tim Smith. Yeah, true. Correct. Brilliant call. 0.41 as well. So yes, NRL grid. We're looking for niche players in the NRL era that fit each of the categories. For instance, played one or more games for the Sydney Roosters and was an Ivan Cleary teammate. That's difficult, actually. Or played one or more games for the Roosters and played for Parramatta. Give me a player and give me a position. Fatty Vaughton was Ivan's teammate. Not in the NRL era, I don't think. I was thinking of like the 0-2 Roosters Grand Final side. But while Ivan Cleary played in that Grand Final, I don't think he played for the Roosters. I think he played for the Warriors. Haggerty? Was Shannon Haggerty or Simon Benetti? I like going with Simon Benetti where I can. Okay, you know what? I'll take that because that I was not really confident about. All right. Thoughts on the percentages of the answers? Wait, thoughts on the percentages of the answers you are being answered that have been put through ChatGPT? Oh, you mean the people that are using ChatGPT to answer this? I don't think they are. I think people are looking up the answers there. I know certainly WTF does that. Yep, you've been clipped. Have a good night. Much appreciated, Steve Hatter. Much appreciated. I'll try and think of the Roosters ones. Oh, wait. James Maloney team. I can go Sammy Sonny. Oh, wait. Can I? I don't think I can go with my reliable 2013 Sammy Sonny Langi because I think he played 5'8" to replace James Maloney. Nathan Hydemarsh, top middle. Hydemarsh didn't play for the Roosters, unfortunately. I've got Michael Oldfield. Knowledge. Ball knowledge. Only one game for the Roosters as well that season. But yeah, you know what? That's really good because you end up at one game with James Maloney then. Damn. Nathan Brown did play for Power and Roosters. That's true. That's actually quite a good call. That is quite a good call. I'm going to try and think if there's anyone else, but otherwise, Nathan Brown's a good call for sure. You got to turn clips back on YouTube. I didn't turn them off. Did Mitch Cornish play for Parramatta? I feel maybe, you know. Matt McKilrick? No, I think he left us and played for Tigers. Kurt Baptiste? You guys you're not giving me the most help at the moment. I'll be real. Normally I'm getting flooded with people. more quick that I can put them in, but not for now. I guess it's because it's some old categories. Mehmet Okur for 2000 to 2009. For which one? NRL Head says, I think we got cursed by Panthers. Yep. What are your thoughts, NRL Head, on the game that we've just seen? Dylan Walker, bottom middle. Oh, Jesus. I think I've just accidentally gone backwards. There we go. Again, a very good one, but we can do better, I feel. Switzerland is scheduled to vote on the No to 10 Million Switzerland initiative, population cap, on 14th of June 2026. Wow. How would that look in practice?
Well, that's why you get the big bucks, baby. That's why
I would
you
really
get the
need to
big
know
bucks.
that before giving my thoughts. How should I vote, Mr. Woke Lefty? Are you a Swiss citizen? Would it be in terms of immigration control, or would it be in terms of procreation control? I think. Dylan Walker's too modern an example. I think that'll be the go-to there. Yeah, I'll be there in July. Okay. Javon Evans, you're gonna have to give me where you want me to put him in. I don't know who Javon Evans is. Immigration control. Okay, well, again, I'm gonna have to know more about the Swiss economy. But I personally, the stats that I know, having studied economics, immigrants contribute positively economically to countries, on average, more than domestic citizens do. So I don't think that would be a net positive if the Swiss were to prevent immigrants from coming in. Thoughts on how Dean Housen cursed Craig Bellamy? Also, Javon Evans is a WWE wrestler. Okay, Danhausen and someone said Danhausen earlier, and they meant Dean Housen. Are we now talking someone else when it comes to Danhausen? I think we are. I love Mitch Kenny on the Fox panel, by the way. Okay, we are really not making much progress here, so I'm going to send Nathan Brown, because I haven't thought of anyone better than Nathan Brown. Yeah, that's a pretty high score, actually. But, whatever. At least it's something. Cleary teammate, played 2000 to 2009. Well, I guess I can go with anyone in that that Warriors side. Although I really only know Stacey Jones, so probably not. I might send in Hegarty. And it might be wrong, but we have one refresh. Okay, let's go. Take that. Maloney teammate, played 2000 to 09. Luke O'Donnell would be one. Sam Moa might be one. Minicello would be one. There's a lot. Okay. Sean Kenny Dowell came up with a brilliant play in 2010. He would have played in 09. In fact, I remember him playing in 09. Michael Luck for Wires and Maloney teammate. Alrighty. Happy with that. I know who that is. Bang! Thank you. Much appreciated, Friday. I feel that we can do well there, but anyway. Cleary teammate and played at the Wires. All I know from that Warriors side is Stacey Jones. Wiki, I think, was later. So I'm going to have to send in Stacey Jones. Even though that's going to be, I think, the number one answer here. I've watched that 02 grand final, but yeah. It's actually, I'm surprised that is a lower score than Nathan Brown, but anyway. High score here is only 2.87, so I might not think too deeply about it. Jason Bakuya, it's maybe not a risk that I want to take. Matt Pryor would be correct. Paul Gallen would be correct. He was at Storm before Roosters. I'm going to go with Luke O'Donnell. Nuwasala. I'm going to go with Frank Paul Nuwasala. Yeah, that's a better one. It's very slippery First, asylum seekers, family reunification permit quotas. If these measures fail and the population reaches 10 million, the government is constitutionally required to terminate any international agreements that drive growth. That just feels like imposing a sanction on yourself. That you'd at least want to have your options available to you, right? I can't think that that's a good thing. But I'm doing this based on vibe, and to be honest, mostly American aggregated statistics. I don't know the specifics of the Swiss economy. One more to go here, and it should be quite an easy one. Parramatta and Warriors. Dylan Walker is one we can fall back on. But I suspect he's probably that high score. Sean Lane played for both as well, but I think will be high score because he played for so many clubs. Yeah, again, you three, it's a correct answer. It's a correct answer, but I think it'll be quite a high-scoring answer. Mostly when it comes to these squares, I'll think, and someone will come to mind, and I'll be like, that's the one. Wanga Blake? No, I don't think he played for the Wires. I've got it. And it's a current player as well. Ronald Volkman. Ball knowledge. Look at that. 5 games for each of those two sides. Rank 44 out of 302. We'll take that. Do we have time for one more? Normally we have time for one very quick one. Played in 2018. Josh Dugan teammate. Well, that Dragon side, there were quite a few high quality players back then. I think Dugan was there with the Dragons in 2018. Although he went to Cronulla afterwards as well. Can we get a Nishi Cronulla kind of player? Can we get a Matty Moylan, perchance? Yeah, let's go with Matty Moylan. Dugan teammate at Raiders. Shandor. Shout out to him. Played 150 games. Josh Dugan teammate. Could have gone Matty Moylan there. Centre left Oldfield will be best shout. Did Oldfield play for Souths? I didn't actually. I should have looked. Well, I would have had no way of knowing, but I could have looked last time. What is any of that, Mrs. Leahy? Incredible contribution from you. That you've just copied in a part of a Wikipedia page. Thanks. Lashinsky says, I wasn't born there and I feel like I will be deported back to Brazil or forced to go back to New Zealand if the right wing really take over. So you are a Swiss Brazilian Kiwi who follows rugby league. What an eclectic mix. I love that for you. But yeah, as I say, I'm inclined to agree. They're doing a little huddle here, the Melbourne Storm. I probably better get my act together. This will probably be Robert Jennings. Even though Oldfield could have been a good answer there. Played 150 games, Josh Dugan teammate. I'm trying to think of him at Saints. That 20. Oh, you know what? Benji Marshall. Any forwards? Bo Scott, maybe? But probably not. I'm going to go with Benji. Raiders in South Sydney. Could that be Oldfield? Oh, they're running out. Okay. Whoa. Chill. Wait. I don't know. I think we're going to run out of time. Harawira Naira, bottom middle. Yes. Harawira Naira. Jack White and teammate played in 2018. Let's go with Dunamis Louis. Played 150 games, Jack White and teammate. Let's go with, we can go Rapana. We could go, has Chance played 150? Blake Austin. Sam Williams. This might not be correct, but I'm going to send it. No, okay, it's not correct. I'm going to go with Blake Austin. No! Jeez, that surprises me. Why are they playing Hey Jude? What a weird song to play as they run out onto the field. Adam Elliott. Yeah, Elliott would have been good for center. I've still got it open. I'll tell you how much that would have been. Okay, apparently, even though this is yesterday's NRL grid, it counts it as being wrong. Has he not debuted for South yet? That might explain why. Anyway, we are underway again for the second half. We have had no yellow lines so far. We've only got a quarter left of the stream to get one. Jack White, yeah, you know what? That's a great point. That is a tremendous point. I think there's someone else, though. When I was looking at those two sides, Canberra and South, I feel that there's a hooker. There's a hooker somewhere who's played for both of those sides. Elite winger Blake Austin? Well, I don't get that reference. However, I did see a City Country match back in, I think, 2016. I looked this up at Rugby League Project the other day. But for the country side, Isaiah Yeo is lined up on the wing. He was the starting winger for country origin side. Wow. Just wow. One of the great locks that's ever played our game. Oh, Cobbo with a beautiful step in a bit of space here. Gets inside Trent Tolau, but it's a good tackle in the end. Yeah, lining up on the wing. I want to watch that game purely because of Isaiah Yeo being a winger. The hooker I was thinking of, Saliva Havili. In my mind, I was like, there was a hooker that moved between those two sides in about 2019-ish. It was Saliva Havili. Good offload there. Finafuiaki gets it. It's sort of 20-meter play there. I'm very glad that you've got that passion, Mrs. Leaguie. Much appreciated. However, I just don't care that much about WWE. So it's a cool story for him, and I like the band Kiss, for instance. So that's a cool fact about his face paint. But yeah, I'm not that fast, unfortunately. All right, Schneider with a kick across field now. Farnworth won't go up for it. It'll be Cobbo who goes up for it. Great take there from William Warbrick. Herbie doesn't tackle him. He just kind of waits. That's eyes up footy there. Richiel Strange, thank you for following over on Twitch. Much appreciated. Lashinsky said, I'm tired. Good day. Are you leaving?
Well, that's why
Well,
you
good.
get
See
the
you
big
later.
bucks, baby. That's why you get the big bucks.
Why is the Ranger saying no, Warbrick? I don't think he's hurt. I think he just surrendered in the tackle. Maybe, actually. Play there from Howarth. Quick play of the ball. Now for Suafatlongo. Crabbing across field. Oh, yeah, Warbrick is definitely certainly hurt. For sure. On the last here, they get it to a kicking Trent Tolau. Underneath it will be the hammer. Probably get up to about 35 out from his own line here. Does well. Yeah, that's exactly where he lands it. I know ball. So, good field position to start this set here for the Dolphins. About 3 minutes gone so far in this second half. Cobbo with a run back in field right towards the markers. Didn't really work out for him at all. They don't really gain anything on that play. Farnworth now with a run. Makes up for it. Gets an offload away as well. Schneider now up to the halfway line. Beautiful work from here. And another offload away.
Hey, Leaguie, someone just redeemed a thing.
Then pins the ears back.
Leaguie just
What a play
redeemed,
that
changed
was,
the
and a
background
penalty.
color.
Oh, to Storm. Okay. So Mrs. Leaguie Redeem changed the background color. Said the text message was, Mrs. Leaguie has just donated $1,000. Leaguie, smash the Kiwi on your head. But the auto mod on Twitch held smash the Kiwi for, and I quote, sex-based terms. So, I mean, you didn't give me a color, and you also didn't donate $1,000, so I'm gonna maybe not do that, unfortunately. All right, yeah. So I was looking at all that while the penalty was given away, but I'm going to assume it was for an obstruction. Donahue with a good tackle there on Henry Grant. Good Roy Orbison reference there from Sea Phantom. It didn't show up, so turn it off. Well, there was no color at all, so I'm just going to assume that that's because Mrs. Leaguie enjoys the color that it already is. All right. Dolphins have it here on their own 20. 8 errors to 6 is the stat that they're showing on Fox. I'm surprised that it's been that many from the Storm because it really, that first half felt like it was all Finns. Hello, Penguins. Good to see you. Played here by Herbie Farnworth on the second. Gets it to Plath. Oh, no one really takes that one. Katoa ends up with it. Stands in the tackle. Gets it up to the 40. Okay. Now they spread it to the left-hand side. Schneider gets it to Farnworth. Sets back inside. Doesn't give it to his winger. Really doesn't give it to his winger all that much there, Herbie Farnworth. Now Plath off an offload. They're doing well. They can get a lot of meters here, the Dolphins. They're doing that at ease. It's just the execution at the end of the field. I normally, under regular circumstances, wouldn't mind this quantity of messages from Sea Phantom. However, seeing as he's quoting the great Roy Orbison, I'm going to allow it this time. Oh, beautiful offload. No, but it's ended up in the hands of Suafalongo. Oh, he stepped outside 1, now 2. He's in space. Foot race with the hammer. Hamiso gets him. And the sideline's beckoning there, picks him up, but Falongo finds the ground. Jeez, the offload could have been a try for the Dolphins. That's going to be a 10 in the bin. It's going to be 10 in the bin. Jeez. That could be game. I want to see this. Because it was a beautiful offload from Bostock. He did the right thing, but Falongo was there. What a step to beat Katoa and then beat, I think it was Donahue back inside. The hammer, okay, here, was he just still holding? Yeah. All he had to do was let go. It wasn't exactly stopping him from getting up, but there was contact with him. You can't really question that, unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's, I don't know, it was Smash the Kiwi that I had a problem with, Miss Leaguie, but sure, I'll turn the lights off for the next couple of minutes. Because then it will become available for someone else to redeem it as well. The Sati now. We'll take a tackle there on the 3rd. You'd think that Melbourne probably score here with the player advantage, or at least sometime in the next 10 minutes. Tolau to find Harry Grant, knocked on there by Cooper Clark. They weren't going to try there.
Someone just redeemed a thing.
C_Phantom just redeemed head dent check.
I'm going to start referring to you as C_Phantom. I think that's way better than C Phantom. Yeah, that's really not a very nice thing to say, Lorenzo. He knocked it on. That's actually that's pretty abusive. I really don't like that. I'll be honest. I really don't like that. You can say what you want, but my God, I really think that crosses the line. Today, it's been 32 tears since the death of Ayrton Senna. Only 32 tears have been cried over that man's death. Tragic. No, 32 years, I would assume. Actually, I was playing the F1 game before this, and I will be playing the F1 game after this, race in Mexico. Alright, beautiful kick. Good take from Fa'alongo, and it's going to be a penalty. Bostock's given away for contact on Sul Fa'alongo. They can't really afford to do that. I'm not being serious, FYI, just passionate. Yeah, well, it doesn't really come across, does it? I feel that, I mean, celebrate in your own way, sure. But passion doesn't have to be negative. Passion should be positive. And that was like really negative passion. If Cooper Clark was reading that, I don't think he'd care that you won't be serious, you know? It still hurts. So they're challenging, I guess, that it was a fair contest here. Do you have a reg or controller for the F1 game? A controller. Yeah, I mean, Bostock didn't really contest with that ball in the end and then wrapped in the air. Are they going to say it was an escort? Yeah, I don't think this is a good challenge at all. It kind of, the more they look at it, the more I think that they're actually going to say challenge successful. But I think he pulls out. I think he goes up for it. But then he pulls out and wraps around. Okay. I don't necessarily agree with that call, but anyway. Play on, play the ball, Melbourne. All right, 32 minutes to go in this game. Run there from Sean Blaw. Good tackle there by Raystone, Katoa, and Funafuiaki. Gets it now to find Jack Howarth. Runs into the defense of Lemuelu and Kurt Donahue. I do think Melbourne will be top 8 this year, Will. I do. I still think they'll turn it around. It was very funny. There was a person in the comments of my latest video saying, like having a go at me for being critical of the Storm. And, you know, saying, oh, we're living rent-free in your head. You're just jealous, all this stuff. And I replied being like, hey, I don't know if you watched the video, but it was 17 minutes for me giving the Storm excuses and then saying that I believe they're still going to make the 8. So, what are you talking about? The kick was not good, but the bounces really made it work. In fact, Cobbo there completely ruined that. I'll be honest. Their failure to catch the ball on the full there was really, really costly because it was a bomb, weirdly, from their own half. At the Leaguie, being passionate for me is watching the water trickle down the door from my shower. Not calling somebody a wanker while, no offense to Lorenzo, being a wanker myself. Well, that is offensive to Lorenzo, so I don't like you saying that either. That's just rude to him. But, yeah. Thoughts on Sanders? He's a quality player. Oh, they've locked it on here, the Dolphins. He will be a good player, I think, or a very high quality player in years to come. Yeah, Mrs. League, you can't really be like, no offense, but I think you're a wanker. That's not really how that works. So, okay, now Howarth running it up to the 40. Grant's in a dummy half now, plays it. Gets it to find Trent Loiero. That's a good run there from him, very solid, as he tends to be. Plays it. Grant's in a dummy half, 6 minutes left in the sin bin period. Grant for Tolau takes a tackle. In fact, is that Tolau? Yes, it is. Thoughts on the Sydney Roosters? We are a side who are building very nicely. We are yet to find our footy still, I feel, but the difference between this year and years gone by is that we are actually getting wins. That's important. Falonga goes short side. They get it to Herbie. Dolphins survive yet again. Well, they can't tackle him initially, though. Thank you, Pandasaurus Fortnite. What a username that is. That's absolutely outstanding. We're up to 1,278 followers on Twitch, by the way. Absurd. Thoughts on the Jai Gray debut? I don't remember Jai Gray's debut. Yeah, Dolphins 10, Storm 10 could happen, George. I mean, given that they've got a player in the bin here, the Finns, it would surprise me, but it could absolutely still happen. Could absolutely still happen. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there at the Dogs NRL head. I really don't. This whistle sounds be getting me confused. Same here. Same here, I'll be honest. I keep thinking there's a penalty. No way Storm win. I think there's absolutely a way Storm win. It looks like they probably will win at this point. All right. Peel there. Will he take a run here? No, he won't. They go the other way instead. Jack Howarth now with a run. In fact, that's not Jack Howarth. They've got so many players that look like each other, the Storm. Howarth, Meaney, and Loiero from a distance look like the same man. All right, Lasardi. Oh, good contact there from Ray Stone and Psychopath. They do very well. A couple of guys with the Hannibal Lecter taping around the head. Love that from them. Now in the hands of Munster. Rushing defense there from Isako. Ball gets now to Keanu Reeves, a.k.a. Jack Howarth. Breaks away from a few tackles there. Still going. We've got a whistle, though, to go back and play it. Ooh, I don't know about that, but anyway. When's the face reveal video coming out? Probably never. If you guys saw my real face, you know, like the end of the movie Zoolander, where Derek Zoolander brings out his new look and it just blows everyone away. That's exactly what it would be like. So instead I give you this ugly mug, so that it's sort of fair on everyone else. Yeah, no, it's not Calvin's fault, NRL. It's not. It's a narrative that people will say, because to most peripheral people, it's Dogs were good last year. Form goes down. Galvin comes in. Form stays down. Galvin problem. In fact, they don't even think about it that deeply. They think Galvin comes in. Form goes down. Therefore, Galvin problem. So much more to it than that. Do you think Derby will go to the Chiefs? I think that would make a lot of sense. But I don't necessarily think that just every Papua New Guinean player will go there either. All right, kick here from Katoa. George, you quite often say I made a chat GPT or something. I'm not sure what that means. I'm really not sure what that means, George. Did you mean like you generated an image? Alright, so it's still 10 points to 4 here. I imagine there'd only be a few more minutes left of the sin bin period. We do tend to see stats show that teams concede more tries after a sin bin period than during the sin bin period. But Dolphins have been incredible. Really, really resolute. Okay. Played there. Now in the hands of Stefano Utoikamanu. Back out there on the field. Kick there from granted a dummy half. It's a good kick from him for good field position. Cobbo is incredibly nonchalant about it. Just get some intensity, Selwyn. I swear down. People have been saying that he's been good this season and should be picked in Origin. I don't see it. Yeah, I heard that argument and I was like, okay, maybe there's been Cobbo performances that I've sort of missed, or I think I've watched a game of his and I haven't picked up on the little things he's been doing. But I see a moment like that. There's a spot in the Queensland Origin side on that wing with Xavier Coates being out injured, and he's just plodding back. Your side's under the pump. You're against the Storm. You're at home. Sin bin, period. And you're just plodding back casually to pick up the ball, plod back into the line. Look at that. He's not even in support of Herbie there. He's walking in back play. Selwyn, do something. It frustrates me because he's such a good player potentially. And then they knock it on. Herbie made a half break there, and Selwyn was 10 meters behind him plodding. That is quite something, Mr. Leaguie. That's quite something. George, well, if you're going to the stadium, I don't know if I'll see you at the game. If I do, I mean, I don't know what you look like. So, have Dolphins recovered the ball here? Will Warbrick error, holy. And there's only a minute left in the sin bin period, so probably by the next time Storm get the ball, things will be back up to the full complement. Yeah, that's a poor error there from Warbrick. Will you stream Raiders game? If it's tomorrow, then no. I'm streaming on Sunday. Can't stream tomorrow. Genuinely, I've been talking to my teachers and priests who go for the Dogs. Something about how they blame Galvin. Who go for the Dogs, and friend who goes for Para, and they always blame Galvin even though he plays well. If he was playing like this at the Tigers, everyone would be glazing him. That's true. Yeah. But, I feel that I'm doing a decent job of putting together an audience of people, particularly young people like yourself, NRL head, who are able to see through the narratives that so many cannot in the media. Because Galvin sells newspapers. People love to be angry at this kid. So that's what they're going to say the problem is. Dolphins in attack now. They've got the full complement back out there on the field. If they can get a try here, what an incredible result that would be for the Dolphins. Plath gets it to Schneider, puts a little kick in behind. Oh, I think Munster's obstructed Ray Stone there. I personally don't think that was fair. Andrew Voss says that it's all okay, and Ashley Klein agrees, but I think, to be honest, Cameron Munster was really blocking Ray Stone there. Loki, you've built up my ball knowledge. Can't lie. I'm glad. That's exactly what I wanted to achieve. I don't know about that from Munster, but anyway. Would you rather Parramatta Stadium or Sydney Football Stadium? That's your choice. Oh, Allianz is better than CommBank. CommBank is good, but it's kind of bare bones. It's functional. Dean says, who is winning? Right there, Dino. Right there, Dino. All right. Run there from Ray Stone. I always hear it in Michael Ennis's voice from that try scored in Golden Point against the Storm. Knowles gets it back now. Katoa knocks it backwards. Yes, that's the ruling on the third here. Hey, it's my favorite song that plays on stream. Been waiting for this one. Honestly, it's kind of been getting me through this stream. I'm not 100% at the moment, but I'm like, I need to wait till my favorite song plays. Schneider now gets it to find Herbie Farnworth. Oh, and it's going to be a penalty. Going to be a penalty. If Storm had kicked both their goals, it would have been a temptation probably here to take the two, but anyway. Thoughts on the Eels match tomorrow? I, unfortunately for Parramatta, don't think that they're going to beat the Wires. Cannot see it. All right. Finn Diesel will play it here. He's got Plath in at dummy half. They've had enough attacking ball to have had more than one try in this game. They should really get a 4-pointer soon. Plath is in at dummy half now. They're going to the left-hand side. Katoa with it. Schneider underneath him. I think in attack, they're yet to pick an option where I'm like, yeah, that was the right play. Plath for a dummy half. Again, probably not the right play. Schneider's in a dummy half. You're gonna get timed out if you spam, brother. Short ball from Katoa, gets it to Finifuiaki. Has he scored? No, he hasn't scored. Jeez, he was close. My God, he was close. Plath, now to find Katoa. They've got numbers, surely. Yes, Isako scores. That was a great play. Genuinely, that is the first time I think in attacking ball I feel they've pulled the right rein. It's going to be a tough kick to level them up, but 8 points to 10 is the scoreline kick to come. Alrighty. We have a game, ladies and gentlemen. Their defense throughout that Simbin period was absolutely exemplary. Their fullback being down, they have to put, I think they put Cobbo there throughout much of that. Although, no, Cobbo lined up on the wing. I don't know, maybe it would have been Bostock. But anyway, they survived, and fundamentally, that is what matters. And now, back on the field is the Hammer. And they have a beautiful 4-pointer there. Going the short side on the last through the hands. The Hammer lining up in centers and just tipping it on. Just the little like... Beautiful work. What's the intro song called? It is called Midnight Swim by Brock Berrigan. All good, you three. Just please don't spam. Ain't that bad since he's coming to the Storm next year. Well, I mean, it's still bad, brother. He's still bad. He's still scoring for the other team for now. Dogs need to attack straight forward. We continue to stop at the line and pass back to the middle, which happens so many times. Yeah, the attack's just not happening. But also your go forward's not happening. Leo Thompson, like, he had a lot of runs, but he didn't have a lot of average meters per run and came up with 3 very key errors. All right. Kick from Isako. It's a good kick up, but this is not his good side. It's a tricky one for him to get, but he needs it to level things up. Starts it out wide. Oh, that's stunning. Oh, Jermaine. Oh, Jermaine. I'm going to come out and say it. He has the most just glorious kicks in the league. Oh, attractive, hot, gorgeous, stunning. Jermaine Isako's kicks. That's special. Jones was very good, can't lie. I wanted to play again. Him on debut was brilliant. He had a lot of spark. I hope he can keep that up in next games. Don't think I'm going to watch that, George. I actually have yet to watch the modern trilogy, really. I saw them in the movies, but like I don't remember them at all. So I don't really count myself as having watched them. I was quite young. All right. Golden point. Well, it's still 20 minutes away from that, but oh, what a run from Ray Stone off the kickoff there. Storm, that was very good contact from them. They'll be very disappointed that they didn't make the most of that Simbin period and then consider to try immediately after. It's important for them to make a statement in this next 20 minutes. Jermaine doesn't suck, go. He kicks good kicks. He doesn't suck either. Yes, correct. It's exciting now. Oh, it's rugby league, mate. It's always exciting. Storm losing 7 in a row is a distinct possibility right now, George. It really is. All right. Plath. Giving it now to Katoa. It was a very huge shot off the kickoff, Mario. You're 100% correct. Now for Alongo. Into the contact from Finn Diesel. That was high there. That was high from Kafusi. Monster was complaining about it. That one's been missed there by the former Melbourne Storm legend, Felice Kafusi. Thoughts on next week's game at Gosford? Who plays? I rarely look beyond the current week that we're in. To be honest, I often rarely look beyond the current match day.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Thank you, Jake. That's much appreciated from you. We're starting to get some real big donations coming through, like big quantities of donations coming through on Twitch. I love it. Monster always complains. Well, for that specific one, I think it was 100% correct. But anyway. Money in at dummy half. Giving it now to find Trent Tolau. Puts a bomb up. It's being chased hard by Warbrick. Cobbos, the Dolphin underneath it. Taps it back beautifully, Selwyn, to find the hammer. Uh-oh, here we go. In a bit of space. It's good work from him in the end. Shackled by Trent Tolau. Roosters Titans. Oh, well. We lost to them last year. But that's one, especially if we lose to the Broncos, that's one where we should be getting our work done. Get through your work, boys, and we'd be able to win. At the Leaguie, why is this every time this song plays, an Australian gamer man loses his mind, and my Australian neighbors start screaming and crying every time I play this song for some reason? The first comments on the intro song. They're not referring to me. They're referring to Dark Viper AU, which is the streamer through which I discovered that song. He's a GTA speedrunner, my favorite YouTuber of all time, and a content creator I take a great deal of inspiration from. Sydney-based. I'd love to meet him one day. And he, while doing a no-hit run of GTA, he died in very controversial circumstances. It was a bit of a glitch, and that song was playing, and he blew up saying, "What is this song? I'm deleting this song. It always happens when I'm playing this song. This is a cursed song." So it became a meme in his community. I adore his content, so I obviously became part of that, and then I was like, yeah, it's royalty-free music. I'll use it as my intro. And it works. Dark Viper? Ew. Ugh. Dark Viper is truly one of the most... The people who I respect the most in the world. I think he stands for such good things. And is constantly misrepresented. And it frustrates me so much. And I don't know how the hell he is still mentally okay with the amount that he's been misrepresented. All right, kick there on the last. 16 minutes left here. Dolphins just slightly winning field position battle at the moment. Given that not too far away will be the field goal territory. Could be an important thing for them. What do you prefer, Leaguie? GTA 5 or Rugby League 26? Let me think. My favorite game of all time, or a game that's probably the most disappointing thing I've experienced in my entire existence. Plath out a dummy half. It's got a very, very nice break there. Tackled by Farlongo in the end, but can play it quickly. They should shift it now. Yes, they've got numbers out there, but instead they can't find them. Bostock, dummy, going himself. Jack Bostock! Jack Bostock! What play from him? The Dolphins get another try. Holy, it's been low-scoring affairs in this game and the last. That could be huge. Let's go! Up the Fins. Look, I think we know how I'm going for in this game, even though I did tip Melbourne. Does he do live streams? Yes, he's a live streamer. Absolutely untouched. It looked like they were set to go the other way, but there were no other players out there. So he runs, and yeah, it was Josh King who was caught running backwards. Absolutely no idea the Bostock was coming back towards him. What play from Jack Bostock. Beautiful. Fins are well and truly up. Fin stocks have never been higher. Melbourne. Look, there's a long way to go. There's a hell of a long way to go, but we're looking at 7. We're looking at 7. Holy, I can't believe I'm saying that. I really cannot believe I'm saying that. Like, I'm thinking of Melbourne Storm sides like the 2020... I think it was 2020. Where they equaled the record that the old Eastern Suburbs Roosters had of the most consecutive wins ever in first grade Australian Rugby League. And now we're looking at that same club losing 7 in a row. You sold? Hey, I did say to you, do not trust me. Do not trust me. I don't want to be responsible. So therefore, I'm not responsible. Joe Chan rushed out. Craig might explode in a rage. He did, but it was also probably the only Storm player who was onside, so we had to do something. I've decided that the Dogs were cursed by Panthers, because what do you mean we beat the best team, then lose to the worst two and lose again? It's a good point. It's a very good Rugby League point. I can't explain it, but, you know, that's because at the end of the day, this game is fundamentally stupid. So, hello, Bandeni. Good to see you back. Isako with a kick. You know, there's like lots of different sexualities and stuff that human beings have. I need a new term to come up for attraction to Jermaine Isako's conversion kicks. Like, Wowzers. That's a kind of conversion therapy that I would be absolutely in favor of. As Father Leaguie said, I think I found the problem with them. They're not very good. Yeah, he did say that. He did say that. Don't know all that much about Dark Viper. I've watched a lot of commentary YouTube throughout the years. He's come in the crosshairs a few times. He has. I am massively across Dark Viper, and I've never seen a commentary YouTuber fairly represent what he's saying at all. I don't know how it keeps happening to him, but he does bite back, and I respect that about him. I like it. He defends himself, and I feel I do myself as well. He stands for positive things, and for some reason, people really go out of their way to hate him for it. So, but I will say, given that you say you don't know all that much about him, it's a shame that your first reaction was Dark Viper. Ew. But anyway, I hope I can change your mind, Jake. Luna said Jermaine Osicko. I like that. He's gone Osicko mode. Good work there from Jermaine Osako. It's potentially high contact though on Hugo Appeal, but anyway, gets away with it. Dumb joke. That's all right. No, it's fine, Jake. It's fine. No harm done at all. I thought you meant it a bit seriously, but that's all right. Munster's got something in his eye there. Thoughts on the May brothers baiting the Tigers fans? I addressed it before, but without wanting to sound like a party pooper, this is what I said before. I'm not a huge fan of pranks where the prank is that you said a thing and then the joke is the thing that you said is in fact not true. Like, that's big brain. How'd you come up with that one? But this was well done. This was well done. It was a great bait and switch. It was not expected whatsoever, and they sold it very, very nicely. And the way that they announced the press conference and then immediately went for the, the celebration and all that stuff, it was cool. It was cool. Bloke, did Serrano say that? That's news to me. Right, bomb there from Munster. It's trying to get a knock-on out of the hammer, but jeez, he's done well there, Hemiso. Up 45 out from his own line. So, not only are Finns ahead, but they are dominating field position right now. Katoa out of dummy half. What a catch from the hammer. Great prank, Lorenzo. What did they do, says Magnetic? They announced that they were signing with the Papua New Guinea Chiefs because they had an opportunity to play with their brother Tyrone in Papua New Guinea. And that they were calling a press conference to answer questions about it. And then at the press conference, they went like, psych, we've just extended both to the end of 2030 with the Tigers. And yes, it is now May Day. May the 1st is officially May Day. I love it. Hey, Leaguie, check his latest vid. Dark Viper's latest vid. I will say it was very clickbaity. Did not like the thumbnail of it, but technically it wasn't untrue. Did he say it in the press conference? Knock on from Hugo Peel in awful conditions, it has to be said. It's really coming down now. Did he really say it in the press conference? That's... wow. If so... yeah, that was tough for Hugo Peel. 16 points to 10. Wow, I'm gonna have to watch that after the stream. Bro, it's bad, I can't lie. I mean, okay. Slip of the tongue. I have been dreading the day. It will come one day where I accidentally live on stream say something diabolical. Like, it's going to happen. It will happen. So I can't really, cast the stone. But as long as he didn't mean it, which evidently he didn't, he just misspoke, then it's fine. All right. Wow. Played there by Herbie Farmworth. Getting now to Finn Diesel. Can you watch it with us, Leaguie? I'm not sure what you mean, you three. Plath now to find Katoa. Getting it to Brad Schneider. Dummies just holds it. Probably a good result there. I like that. Soaking up a bit more of the clock. Good night from PNG. Love this game, but Broncos still the best. Well, you're playing my Roosters tomorrow. May the best team win. Katoa. Finding Morgan Knowles. Now Plath. Good rushing defense there from Munster. Great work from the Queensland captain. Oh, watch the press conference. It would still be copyrighted content. I couldn't show the press conference, unfortunately. They go up forward in the air. And Hugo Peel comes down with it. Penalty for the Finns. Take the 2. Take the 2. 2. 2 for 22. 2 points. That's what we want. I could, for the press conference, I could watch it, like, simultaneously with you. Like, say, you know, here's the video we're watching. Press play now. That would kind of work. But, be a bit complicated. And to be honest, after this 10 minutes, I'm going to go and just lie down. I'm not 100%. But you're happy about no delay between this and yesterday's one? Yeah, my God. Genuinely, I'm in two minds about streaming Origin games in the future. Because the alternative is watch it with some mates, which is always cool for me to do. And it's so bad, and it was the same last year, I remember. I'd forgotten, but I do remember now. 9 now is just so far behind live. It's so far behind that there's almost no point me doing it. So, I might do a chair stream or something for the next Origin game. My prediction is that one day you will say, I love this kid, and it will get taken away out of context. That wouldn't be that bad. No, I think it will be something like what happened to Seraldo, where I mean to say one thing, but I speak really quickly and often slur my words on stream, especially towards the end of the stream, where I've been talking into a camera now for 4 hours. Like, I'm going to mispronounce something. As Asako kicks it. Oh, went a little bit across the face, but got it in the end. 16 points to 10 it is. Yeah, and I'm going to say some sort of slur or whatever. But anyway. Please stream Origin. I'm recovering from something, says Watson. Well, I'll be streaming probably the first one at least. Wait, hang on. No, is the first one in Melbourne, or is that the second game? No, first one's in Sydney. Yeah, 27th of May. That makes sense. Tap back there. Bye, Melbourne. Cobbo's got it. Great effort from him. I'll give him credit where it's due. Dolphins can't lose now. It looks tough. It looks very tough. Oh, please stream Origin. I'll be recovering from surgery 14th. The women's. The women's, I think I will do. Purely because I enjoy lending my sort of just voice of support to the girls. In fact, that game I definitely will be doing, because I'm going to go from that. I'm going to get a bus to Canberra Airport and fly to Brisbane the next morning. I'm going to try sleeping in the airport or something. But anyway. Yeah, I will do that. But probably for the men's, I might not. Oh, good, Watson. Happy to do it. Will the Knights beat the Bunnies? I think it's going to be a great game, but I'm going to say probably not. Plath gets it to Katoa. They're going to put a bomb up. Bostock goes up for it. Comes down with it. Jack Bostock's got 2. What a return to first grade. This kid is capable of brilliant things. I love this kid. As I can't remember who it was, but said earlier. So, there we go. They can't lose it now. It's not a goal, it's a try. And I didn't even change the scoreboard in time. Bang, bang. Press the wrong button. Game, set, bingo. That it is. That it is. So you're flying to Magic Round? Flying at night to Magic Round? No. I am flying in the morning to Magic Round. But... oh, we're going to review this. My flight is at 6 in the morning. And there is no way that I can get to Canberra Airport that early in the morning by public transport, unfortunately. Oh, he's claiming it. But I don't know. We might review this. So, the only way I could go, I don't have a car or anything, would be to get an Uber at, given that the flight's at 6, realistically, like 4:30 in the morning at the latest. And I am worried, I'm very worried that there won't be an Uber around. There might be, but I don't want to take that chance. So instead, I'm just going to go the night before. It's a very messy put down from Bostock. I haven't seen an angle that really convinces me either way here. Maybe this one will. Knock on there. Yeah, I think he's got it. Dean says, I'm a public transport. You will be in Canberra, I'll give you that. But you want to get up at like 4 in the morning to drive me to the airport? That's not something I could expect from you. I'll be good to get the bus, don't worry. What day of Magic Round are you attending? Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They've confirmed it. They've confirmed it. Magnetic says loose carry, but he regains, I reckon, and the bunker agrees with him. Jackie Bostock, it took a lot of reviewing, but gets his second of the night. What a return to first grade for him. Did you forget what I do? I didn't forget, but it's a big ask. It's a big ask. Are you going to be coming down to Canberra and Ubering around? Is that the idea? It's a good point, though. I didn't consider that. At the league, you checked Dark Viper's latest vid. I know, I said this. I watched it. Has he missed that kick? Yes, he has. The thumbnail was pretty clickbaity, I will admit. Not his finest work. But that's, it's not an indictment on his wider content. My margin is only missed by 2 now. So what, it would have been... Did you say Dolphins by 16? Or Dolphins by... Oh, sorry. Dolphins by 14 or Dolphins by 10? I have heard that outro, George. It's very famous, yes. If Tigers win this week, you think they'll be favourites over Storm? Storm are currently favourites. Coruscant's still going to be suspended. I can't. No, they're so good, the Tigers. Maybe. Given that the Dolphins were favourites in this game, I think I could see it. Oh, you mean the comments? I'll have a look after the stream. I can't Uber in the ACT because of regulations being different between New South Wales and ACT. Oh, well, there we go. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Alrighty. Knowles now finds Katoa in the hands of Schneider. Gets a pass to find Herbie Farnworth. Gets it to Cobbo, who juggles it. Puts a kick in behind. He had to do it, otherwise he was going over the sideline. Grant knocks it dead. It worked out for him, but I tell you what, it was off the cuff. It was very off the cuff. Mrs. Leaguie, I have it on good authority that you're 16 years old, so I don't remember you having a job specifically. As a 2000s kid, I prayed for the day that Melbourne sucked. For a long time, I never thought it would happen. Yeah. I'm in that same boat, bro. I was born in 2002. Like, my entire life has been Melbourne Storm. They've been the team. It's true for anyone who's followed our game lately. It used to be Melbourne and Manly. They were the two, but then Manly obviously fell by the wayside. If Chupa gets a double, he'll be on 191, which beats Slater's record. I would back him to equal it tomorrow. Can't back him to beat it. But he will eventually. Thanks, NRL Head. Well, if it's just the press conference, I mean, I'll be able to watch it anyway after the stream is done. All right, well, 3 minutes, 33 seconds left to go on my screen. Knowles gets it now to Katoa. Finds Herbie underneath. The game's done. Melbourne, how have they lost this? At the point where the hammer was sin binned, it was 10-6 in favor of the Storm. Hammer gets sin binned, and they end up losing 22-10. That's a concern. I mean, we're beyond concern for Melbourne. We really are, but like, how does that happen? I'm baffled, and I expect that they'll be baffled as well. Kick it behind from Katoa, gets it to Suafa-Alongo. Who's your pick? Chooks or Bronx? Roosters. And I would like to think that I would tip Roosters anyway, even if I wasn't a Roosters fan, but I am a Roosters fan, so. Yeah, you can. I guess you could say Mrs. League. You can't say it, but you can send the video of it being said. Thank you for asking. Warbrick now. Can't quite get away there from Connolly Lemuelu. Genuinely, they're going to blame it on Bellamy's disease and sack him. No, what? No, they're not going to do that. I'm absolutely not going to do that. Knock on there from the Melbourne Storm. Sean Blaw. Yikes. To be fair, he had to come up with something. He did have to come up with something, but wow. Sarah says, I watch you on Bloke in a Bar all the time. You're insane. I hope in a good way. Insane in a good way. Thank you. Been a while since I've gone on Bloke, unfortunately. But I'm sure that there'll be opportunities that present themselves in the future. I adore going on that podcast. It was my favorite thing when I was growing up, really getting an in-depth knowledge of the game. They did so much to influence my approach to rugby league and my knowledge of rugby league and how I watch rugby league. So, yeah. NZ Warriors, I do have a fantasy league technically, but I haven't actually really done anything with it. I had one last year that I kind of put a bit of effort into, but this time around, no, I don't really play fantasy myself. I just do a set and forget side. Doesn't feel right for the Storm of all teams to lose 7 in a row. I know. I'm happy. I'm happy about it. Look, despite everything that they're going through right now, which is truly terrible, and I wish them all the best for it. I'm happy to see a side that has caused me such trauma throughout my lifetime. Going through one of the most incredible periods that we've seen lately. That was a genuine streaker from the looks of things there as well. Look, nude. Because everyone will ask why they sacked Bellamy and they will blame it on that. And in our head, they're not going to sack Bellamy. And even if they did sack Bellamy, they would not say, oh, because he had a neurodegenerative disorder. So, please bring that analysis back. I've said this to you before. It's not gone anywhere. Feta Fuyaki scored. Holy, this is exactly the same as the last game that we watched. 10 points apiece, low-scoring game for the longest time, and then randomly towards the end, the Queensland side just gets a bunch of tries. Woo! Love that. Love that. That analysis applies to Roosters games. So we won't get any this week because I'm not streaming the Roosters game, but in future weeks we will. Your latest short? What is my latest short? Wasn't it like Blues and Queensland women's origin sides? Oh no, it was my latest shot was me dancing. That was yesterday. Do you have a real job? What a question. No, by your definition, certainly not. Although I'm going to admit this certainly feels like a real job. On my 4th hour of streaming into a camera by myself, I feel pretty hard worked at the moment. I'll be honest. And then I will go back in, write content and edit content and stay up till 3 in the morning. My last video was recorded at 3 in the morning. 3 to 4 was when I did it. That feels like a real job. You said you won't do data analysis again after he exposed you. Oh, well, okay. If I said that, I was joking. I think no, I didn't say that. I said maybe I'd better not do this again. Laughing face, but no, that's tongue in cheek. It's definitely happening. How much money from donos today? As we get a conversion there for the Finns, we got a lot of bits on Twitch. Actual donations on YouTube, we managed a whopping 32 Australian dollars. Thank you, everyone who donated there. And then yeah, on top of the bits that come on Twitch, I still don't really know how much a bit is, although I know I've thought about this before and it has been answered for me. Storm's longest winning streak officially. Wow. 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 He's streaming next week against the Dogs. Who plays the Dogs next week? I don't really know. I tend not to know what my weekend looks like until the week of. Dogs play Dolphins next week. I mean, I would assume I'm streaming for it, yeah. How cranky do you think Bellamy will be? I don't think he will be. I don't think he will be. He gave him a spray last time out. Tonight, it's a weird-ass game. There was a lot of emotion in it for the Melbourne Storm, and I wonder if it got the better of them. Tough conditions to play in. But, as I said, when they were up 10 points to 6 in the second half, and the hammer goes off for 10 in the bin, for them to lose then by 6 converted tries by the end of the game, 6 converted tries, 3 converted tries by the end of the game, is pretty diabolical. Pretty diabolical. The Finns have lost 4 in a row? Jesus, I didn't know that. Holy. Smash the Kiwi. Yeah, no one donated that much for it. So no. 1 bit is 15 cents. Oh, okay. So that's not quite as much as I would have thought then. Anyway, it's good. It's something. All right. That was a tough carry. I'm gonna be real. That was a very tough carry. I need to lie down. My head hurts. The back of my neck hurts. I feel like Toby Rudolph's just giving me a crusher tackle with the help of Adam Finner of Blake. Thank you, Panther fan, for subscribing there. All right. Well, that's all she wrote. I will play the song. as the Finns get an absolutely brilliant win. Unfortunately, I won't be streaming tomorrow. I will be at a uni event that I cannot skip. But we'll be back on Sunday where we'll talk about the Roosters-Broncos game, good or bad, while watching as well 2 high-quality games of footy in their own right. But until then, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see you later.